Hello, everybody.
How you doing tonight?
How you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight?
Are you ready to have a good time? I put little things next to your names in chat. Now I can tell whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. I don't know how that helps, but I'm curious, you know. Thank you. Are we ready? Are we ready for the first beer pour of the night? Not bore peer, beer pour. What's a bore here? Pilot. First beer of the night is called Pilot. Blonde Beyond Session IPA. Deluxe beer, 4%. 4%. 4%. Vegan, of course. another cheer, Sean H29. I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday night.
Motherfucking Sunday stream.
brought the coaster with us. The coaster has come along for the ride. How you all doing tonight? Are you ready for some really depressing news? But also, I promise, some really fun times as well. I swear. Mandated eye bleach after every depressing story. It's in the contract. You can sue me if I don't do it. Motherfucking sue me. Also, I want to bring back Griftercon. I really want to watch some Griftercon, but not necessarily Griftercon. There are other flooding roads in the UK that we can introduce to the rotation. Griftercon is not the only one. I already need to pee. I already need to pee. I peed before we started.
Up in the air. You got me burning now. Now throw your hands up in the air. You got me burning now. Now throw your hands up in the air. You got me burning now. Now throw your hands up in the air. You got me burning now.
I'm losing the stickers. I'm losing the stickers. I'm losing the stickers that I sellotape to my Ableton push because I sellotape them on there for perhaps 3 years ago at this point, and I've never replaced the sellotape. I don't know why I'm kneeling on the floor. I do have a chair. All right. Stop. Stop. Too much fun. Too much fun. Let's get the lo-fi on. Let's get the lo-fi on quickly. We're too stimulated. Lo-fi. Lo-fi. Here we go. Oh! Gosh, that light is bright. The light's too bright. You can see too many of my imperfections. If I put this piece of paper over it. I feel self-conscious, okay? Too much light on my face. Right, let's turn the wah pedal off. Oh, I think we're gonna have to get the piss song out already. I know that's pathetic, isn't it? I swear I peed just before. I blame my period. It's the time of the month. We're opening the piss song. Yeah, I was just about feeling myself again. The camera's too low now. I was just about feeling myself again, and another one came along. I'm hoping it won't be as bad as my last one was. I think my body's still getting used to having a normal cycle because I had an IUD in for ages. So now I'm just getting used to having a normal cycle again, and it's like, whoa, what do I do? What do I do with these normal natural periods? It's probably what my body's doing. I don't know. But I had a couple of really bad ones, and I'm hoping they're gonna sort of mellow out now. I actually don't feel too bad today, so that's good. Although my skin did get a little bit bad again. I broke out a little bit, which is annoying. But yeah. Don't know if there's any women in the chat, but I know most of you tend to be men. This is Twitch after all. And YouTube, but also YouTube. I think the same goes for YouTube. If there's any women in the chat, this is for them. Or menstruating people, of course. Because we are talking about menstruation. Which not only women do. Anna Kasparian. J.K. Rowling. Girls on the internet, they don't exist. I am 3 men in a trench coat. Do AFAB NBs count as not men, I guess? Well, yeah, you're not men. So yeah, you count as that. Thanks for loving my top. It goes with the I guess these are all fake, actually all fake plants in it. I don't think I ever seen. Oh no, actually that plant is real, but you can't even see it. The one here is real, but you can't even see it. The rest, the ones you can actually see, they're all fake. But yeah, I do love a good plant, me. Also, some girls don't menstruate, that's true. That's very true. I did see Anna Kasparian's, is that how you say her name? Kasparian. I did see her post on, I think it was Medium. I think she's doing a new Medium blog because she's decided that she wants to be a centrist dad now or something. I don't know. But I can have a look at her blog post on stream. More like manifesto. Why I love the left post. Yeah. Why I left the left? TYT dropped the fuck off. Is that why she's leaving? Do you think she's leaving because TYT dropped off? They fell off, bro. They so fell off. How goes your clitoris project? I love it when people ask me about that. It always sounds so weird. I love it. Yeah. I'm in talks with Nebula about doing it with Nebula, and to be honest, if I did do it with Nebula, it would turn out way better than if I did it myself on my own, which is still a possibility, but I am in talks with Nebula about producing it properly with them. So yes, I am excited about it. Yes, I'm working on loads of stuff at the minute, loads of different things. Well, not loads, like three things. I can't concentrate. I can barely concentrate on more than one thing at a time, and there's a lot going on. But I'm like, the thing I'm working on at the minute, I don't even know what it's going to end up being. I'm just like so obsessed with the story that I'm like, I'm just reading about it and writing about it. I'm researching about it and writing about it. Thank you for the donation. Love to YouTube videos. It's not much, but I want to support what you do. Oh, thank you. I'm just like so engrossed in the story and all of the online conversation surrounding it that I'm like, well, I'm just researching it and writing. I don't even know like what it's going to end up being, because like I don't feel like it doesn't feel right to make it into like my normal sort of video essay format, because it's a really like dark, depressing subject and something that's really like difficult to be sort of jokey about, and you know, you can't write whimsical songs about dead babies. Basically, there's like real families involved in this shit. So I don't know, I'm just writing and I'll see how it'll turn out. What it'll turn into. If for sure it will go out on Patreon first as like an early version of whatever it'll turn out to be, and then it might eventually turn into something else more public later, or like on Nebula or something, I don't know. But yeah. Clit Believer, that is a good username. Mr. Beast, mouth agape thumbnail pic with you point up at a line saying this woman did what to babies? I could write songs about babies, but it would be bad taste. It really would be. So I don't know. I just think I'm also in a good sort of position to write something about it, because what I'm generally seeing in the press is like lawyers who are like one kind of expert, and then like scientists, like statisticians and like medical neonatal experts, which is more of a science. Like these are two types of experts, and basically what I'm seeing in the press is these two types of experts trying to talk to each other. Like basically the lawyers are going, no, everything's fine, the conviction's really safe because all of this happened in court. But all of the statisticians and like medical scientists are trying to say, no, this is why none of this is okay. And I feel like I can kind of understand both sides. And I want to make something which tries to sort of connect the two sides together and say, this is why the scientists don't think this is okay. Please listen to them because it's important. So yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, there's a lot of information to pass on that. Even the Wikipedia page is huge. Oh, it's so much more than the Wikipedia page. Bridge the gap, baby. That's literally what needs to happen. Experts are like experts from different communities are really bad at talking to each other because they're all so involved in their own fields of work that they don't know how to understand what the other one is saying. And that's like a massive issue. Like in a lot of fields of research, that's a massive issue. But yeah, I feel like this story is basically a sort of like jumping off point into like a lot of issues with the legal system and how we use science in the legal system, because there's so many problems with it. And if you've seen like all of the supposed like scientist expert witnesses that come out in court, like they come out in the courtroom and they'll say to a jury, well, scientifically this evidence means this, and then like over time it's basically come out that what that person has said that has got that person convicted has been a load of fucking junk science. It's like we're slowly realizing that all of these like supposed evidence is just like complete junk and shouldn't have convicted a person. But like the people in the legal system don't understand this. The people in the scientific community, like, they understand it. So yeah, it's difficult. Part of this is the problem of jury trials. They are inherently flawed. Yeah, I mean, that's something I'm going to talk about as well, because yeah, I mean, they're the best that we have. I'm not saying I have a better solution in mind than a jury trial, because essentially you have to have people convicted on the basis of like the decisions of other people who are like the, you know, the equals of them. But at the same time, you know, having to convince just 12 people of someone's guilt, that's an incredibly low amount of people if you think about it. And like, if we had like if you had a scientific paper written on, you know, what 12 people think, most journals would reject that and be like, well, that's bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's not really enough of a burden of proof, like scientifically, just to convince 12 people of a thing. 12 lay people of a thing. But I can't think of a better system. I can, like, there are suggestions of how to make jury trials better, and the use of expert witnesses in jury trials better, which I will talk about. But the way that expert witnesses were used in the Lucy Letby trial was like a textbook example of how you should not use expert witnesses. And you should not use AI. You should not use AI. No, never. You know, that's what they want to do in The Line. You know, the Neon project in Saudi Arabia. In The Line, they're like, oh yeah, everything's going to be controlled by AI. We're going to have AI schools, AI teachers, an AI justice system. It sounds like fucking hell. You thought, what, The Line fell apart? The Line is literally a line in the sand, basically. They started building it, but it is only a line in the sand still. And every goal that they've tried to achieve with it has not been met. And they've, like, massively reduced the goals that they were supposed to meet. Basically, like any kind of Ponzi scheme, what they did was massively overblew all of the promises of it. And then after they got all of the investors, they were like, actually, we can't do this, and we can't do that, and we can't do this, and we can't do that. And now it's like a fraction of the size that it was supposed to be when all of the investors initially invested in it. Basically, I think Saudi Arabia is one big massive Ponzi scheme of a country. It's fascinating, really. And if I disappear after this stream, well, you'll know who might be responsible. They rug pulled all of the investors. From an engineering POV, it's so stupid. Like, also from a city planning POV. Like, there's reasons that cities are circles and not lines. Because of the amount of time that it takes you to get from one place to the other. There is literally no reason that it's a line. No reason other than it looks cool and aesthetic, bro, and futuristic. There's no other reason. It would be far more practical to have it shaped like a normal city, a circle. So yeah, Sneeko said Saudi Arabia is doing well. Well, Sneeko knows everything, so... True circle cities are so cool looking. California forever. Oh, I've not heard of that. Traveling through Dubai airport is crazy. Imagine... What? That disappeared. Somebody tried to sell you a Lambo in between connecting flights. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. It sounds like the worst place on it. I've never been to Dubai. I don't plan on ever going. It sounds like everything I hate. Everything I hate. I would sooner live in a hut in the forest than live in Dubai. Give me a hut in the forest with my cat. Yes, and all of the slavery. Yes. Everyone at your workplace loves Dubai. That's just a litmus test for what kind of a person someone is. What are your thoughts on Dubai? And then when you've heard their answer, you know whether to end the conversation quickly or not. What are your thoughts on Dubai? I still need to pee. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about when I get back from peeing? Personal update shit. I'm trying to think. What's the opposite of Dubai? I mean, the forest with a hut in it. Norway? Yeah, maybe Norway. Rural New Zealand. Israel's AI, what's that? That's something I found a video on, is how Israel is using AI to do war crimes, basically. I know I haven't talked about the Israel-Gaza conflict a lot, but I feel like that's something I can actually give commentary on. I feel like that's actually something I can add value to. I'm I'm good at commentating on certain issues that I feel like I know a lot about, but wars, I'm just I just honestly feel like I'm not adding anything. And if I watch a video on stream about it, I'm not going to be adding anything. I'm just going to be this is really bad, but also it's really important. So I do want to talk about, I really do. I feel like I need to find things where I can add commentary, so I found a video about they're using AI basically. So I thought, well, that's absolutely something that I could add commentary to, so I would definitely talk about that. Woo! Wow, that was a lot. Brugada Hazy IPA. Sometimes what you add is learning along with your audience. Yeah, for sure. I guess I just get worried that I'm just going to be sitting there watching video and not adding anything. And it's well, the people watching me could have just watched that video in their own time without watching me. That's what I kind of get nervous about. But yeah, maybe you're right. Not enough people in the US talking about it. I feel like people in the US are talking about it quite a lot. I don't know. Really? I feel like the US has been talking about it most, to be honest. I don't know. Or was that sarcastic? Because, like, honestly, I don't know. Like, it feels like everybody's talking about it. From all countries. But also, like, just all of the commentary around it, the conversation around it is just, like, so toxic. But that's not a reason to, like, avoid talking about it. But it's, like, this is just me saying, it's just so toxic. It's so but I understand it because it's so emotional, because it's really important to talk about. But it's like, as soon as you say, like, one thing, like, you know, the smallest things that I have said, I've had people say that I'm, like, anti-Semitic. And it's like, that's obviously, like, not true. Like, I've made videos talking about anti-Semitism and, like, and where it comes from, where it originated, like, and why it's still around, and, like, it was, You say one thing about you not wanting genocide to happen, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, really? Oh. It's frustrating, but it's not a reason to not talk about it. So. Yeah. Yeah. See, you're already putting sarcastic comments in the chat. Like, I know you're being sarcastic, but maybe not, like, everybody would know that that's sarcastic. You know what I mean? So it's like, be careful. Hot take, genocide bad. Yes. You're still waiting for me to pee. I'm sorry. Okay, right. Okay, I'll be. Right. There we go.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
I also did a beer run. I will admit,
I can't talk right now.
I did also a beer run.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it.
Alright, that's enough of that. Right. Oh, there we go. Right, what are we going to start with? Yeah, I did a little beer run. Guapo? Double dry? Hopped micro. Ooh, thank you for the cheer. Saw your talk in the Leeds International Festival of Ideas. Yeah, I just did the accompanying podcast for the Leeds International Festival of Ideas. That was fun. I got invited to do that. That was fun. And as a result of like doing that, I got a couple of free tickets to go to a couple of events. So I went to one about like women in business. That was cool. And I also went to one about AI. It was called Could AI Be the Savior of Humanity, or be humanity's savior? And the general consensus at the talk was like, no. It was a panel of 4 experts in AI, basically, and one host. And yeah, basically they were talking about how AI is already being used in the NHS, in creative stuff like those. The guy from Peep Show was there. He's called Peterson Joseph, but he's called Johnson in Peep Show. And he was there. And he was talking about being an actor and like scripts being written by AI now, and like the writer's strike and all of that, and how people are going to end up using AI to write scripts in the future so they don't have to like pay writers and all of that. And there was someone else there who was like an AI expert, Nigel Toon. I ended up buying his book actually. Nigel Toon, his book is called How AI Thinks. I ended up buying his book. He's like, he owns like an AI chip company. Oh, we've got a visitor. He owns like an AI chip company, and but he was basically saying how AI can be a tool, but it won't ever like replace what people can do. Was basically what he was saying. I got his book because what he was saying sounded quite interesting. His book's called How AI Thinks, so I bought that. And then there was another woman from America, from California, who was talking about the ethics of AI, and she was talking about how AI is being used for these apps that are deciding basically who, like, people who want to get across the border into America, how AI is being used to basically decide who gets to apply for asylum or not. And she was basically saying that because all of the data's been trained on like white men, the further you are from a white man in terms of race and gender, then the less likely you are to be accepted on one of these apps to apply for asylum. But like, I don't even know why it's looking at people's faces to start with to decide, like, what kind of phrenology shit is that? Like, scanning people's faces to see whether you want to let them apply to come into the country? So yeah, that's something I want to look into more. Was her name Shoshana something or other? I don't know. Let me have a look at what her name was. She was really good, actually. Leeds International Festival of Ideas, AI, Humanity, Savior. Can you watch the talk anywhere? No, it was like a ticketed event, so I don't think they just like recorded it to watch for free anywhere. I don't think. I think there was like a highlight reel on Instagram. So you can see what it was like. Wait, hang on, let's have a look. There was like a highlight reel. Oh yeah, here it is. One sec. What is wrong with Instagram? Oh, I'm looking for the reel, not the post. Hang on. Oh look. I need to put this on screen, don't I? Hang on. Main screen. So there's me being all clever. This guy is a sci-fi author who I admit I hadn't heard of, but I looked him up after. He's actually like pretty big sci-fi author, but I'm just like, I am not a sci-fi person. I appreciate it as an art form, but I am not a sci-fi person. But his name's Adrian Tchaikovsky, and he's got some pretty big books out. Some pretty, yeah. So, yeah, this is the guy I did the podcast with.
That isn't far, far future. You end up having to look at where things are going now and where that's going to lead. And sometimes expressing real ideas in that kind of fictional format is the best way of getting it to people.
Well, I think we're trying to market AI at the minute.
I love the music they put in this.
That we don't need to use it for, such as we're trying
it's so scary.
Models that are trying to replace what humans are doing, like artistic.
Like this conversation felt so like light-hearted in person, but this music makes it feel like we're like.
I don't think it's going to write comedy. I do think it'll steal your jokes.
The COVID genome is a less sexy billboard, isn't it?
Exactly.
And you really don't want generative AI making your COVID vaccine, because generative AI has no concept of truth or reality or whether it is right or not.
I think like the biggest difference between humans and a computer is that a computer doesn't care about being right. It just doesn't care at the end of the day whether it's right or wrong. Humans really care because we get that social validation out of like finding the answer to something, whereas AI, it just doesn't care whether it has any friends or not.
Anytime I'm writing anything that isn't far, far future, you end.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this is the talk that I went to. This one. No, I want the reel. Where's the reel?
I'm Dr. Nisha Sharma.
Oh, I don't know. There was a fucking reel. There was a fucking reel of it. Oh, I can't fucking find it. Yeah, that's the one I went to about women in business with Grace Babala. That was pretty good. That was interesting. It's basically about how women don't get any VC funding, and it was full of women. This talk was full of women. Like the women's toilets after this this talk, a massive queue right out, like for the women's toilets. But yeah, no, it was good. It was interesting. It was basically like full of women who, you know, were interested in like, you know, getting their businesses off the ground, I guess, or women who are already in business and dealing with, you know, the setbacks that you can encounter while doing that. Yeah, it was interesting. It's good. Yeah. I don't know. I can't find that reel that I saw that was a highlight of that talk. But yeah. It was good though. Yeah, it's really interesting. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up who the woman was. Who was the woman on the end of the panel? Ugh. Adrienne Williams. That was her name. Hang on. I'm gonna make sure. Make sure I've got the right person. Yeah. Yes. This was it. Adrienne Williams. Yeah, she talked about how, like, the ethics behind AI. She was the one talking about, like, the border controls and how AI is controlling the border controls and stuff. So, yeah. There he is. Johnson. We love Johnson. He was really cool, actually. He was really funny. Great guy. Anyway, right, let's get on with what we were going to talk about. Did he use the Johnson voice? I mean, he's got the Johnson voice anyway. That's just his voice. Finally. What do you mean, finally? You love me. You love my interesting preambles. Don't lie. You love my preambles. Hour-long preambles, okay? You love them. You fucking love them. All right. I will post this on Instagram at some point. Should we do an Instagram post now? Shall we actually just get the admin done now? I want to move chat so they're not, like, directly on the other side of the screen. Maybe you should be like, you know what you should be? You should be slightly bigger. Graphic design is my passion. You should be slightly bigger, but also you should be on top of the camera. Oh, there we go. Ooh, there you go. Ooh, oh, you're bigger now. Do you like being bigger? There we go. No, I'm going to keep you there. I'm going to keep you there. Actually, I'm going to keep you just above the camera. Just there. There we go. All right. Shall we do a little Instagram post? I did tweet it out. This is where you get to witness the cringe. You get to witness the cringe. BTS. No, I want to flip the camera around. Oh, there we go. My eyeliner is crazy today. You know when, like, you just... I know most of the people in this chat are men. Any women who can relate with me right now? When you, like, putting your eyeliner on and you, like, go slightly wrong, so then it, like, the wing just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because you keep drawing over it, and, like, it just gets bigger and bigger, and then you end up looking like Amy Winehouse, and you're like, well, I like Amy Winehouse anyway, so that's cool. And then I just put, like, loads of eyeshadow on as well. It's like, you know, let's just carry on. Let's just make this a thing. No women here. 0 women. Or men or NBs who like to wear makeup. I mean... Anyway. We are live on YouTube and Twitch right now. We're talking about Mr. Beast being a criminal. And we're talking about the Tory conference. And we're talking about... What else are we talking about? What loads of stuff like P. Diddy. Crypto taking over the US election, Israel using AI to do war crimes, the Titan sub inquiry. We're going to get to wherever we get to. Let's be honest, I'm probably not going to be able to keep to any kind of schedule or plan. It is what it is. There is also a cat on my lap. Here he is, chilling. So yeah, join us. Okay, bye. Bye. There we go. It's done. It's done. We're talking about Mr. Beast being a criminal. Cringe. The cringe. All right. We are going to post it at... Oh, no. I need to do a link. I need to do a link. Twitch.tv/Mooncat Music. The people who want to come and watch on YouTube, well, you know what? They're going to have to just type it into the search bar. I'm not doing the work for them. Okay? Mooncat After Dark. I love how my phone just automatically puts the umlaut in for me now. Thank you so much. I love you. All right. That's being posted. We're done. The admin is done. Okay. All right, let's talk about Mr. Beast, shall we? Should we start with Mr. Beast? It's not too heavy. And this looks like really interesting, to be honest. It looks like super interesting, so, you know.
Holy, that's probably the stupidest thing I've ever done.
They did.
Oh, is she? Oh, so Rosanna Pansino, she's like actually... Ooh, she's actually got the dog pack man with her. Okay. All right. Let's go.
Holy, that's probably the stupidest thing I've ever done.
They digitally removed the entire hospital.
Oh my gosh. Hey guys, it's Ro. Welcome to the new kitchen. In a couple of posts I mentioned online, I let people know that moving forward on this channel, I'm gonna continue to bake. I love baking and I think I'm gonna be doing it for the rest of my life, but things have changed. So now I'm gonna be baking and serving tea. And today it's piping. So I have in my possession a video that
I'm completely raw dogging this, by the way. I didn't even know that she uploaded this video until like the second before I started streaming. I was like, I want to watch this.
Former Mr. Beast employee sent me of Jimmy allegedly illegally gambling online. I've also received evidence that Mr. Beast has faked one of his philanthropy videos. So someone sent me also what appears to be Mr. Beast's personal Reddit account. I'm gonna read it here. At the time, Jimmy was 19, and the legal age to gamble in North Carolina is 21. So this is 7 years ago. Okay, so it says, guys, don't gamble. The pain isn't worth it. I've lost tens of thousands of dollars gambling cryptos, and I regret it. On this side alone, I have lost $15,000. This is the link to my profile. Oh, what's that? What's that link? bustabit.com. All right, then response. Wow, that is...
So he knew how addictive gambling is. And then he thought, you know what? I'm going to get loads of fucking kids to gamble anyway. I don't give a shit. Mr. Beast for president, guys. Wow. Where's my boom sound effect? Where has it gone? I don't know. So you're getting a horny bonk. Oh, no, there it is. Yay.
crazy, insane losses. Sorry, my dude. I gambled 10 Ethereum on a coin flip and lost, and I haven't gambled since. I've decided I'm not going to spend the rest of my life sad about my losses. I'm just going to let it go and never gamble again.
I love how, like, owning crypto to start with is gambling, because you have no idea what the value of it is going to be the next day. And then, like, you're like, that's not enough risk for me. I need more risk. I need more stupidness in my life. Please, what I need to do is put this really volatile currency in a really rigged online casino that doesn't have a proper license. I also need to do that.
2.5 months since I last gambled, and I don't ever plan on doing it again. Started as little money just for fun and very fast spiraled out of control. I'd recommend that you never touch a gambling site again. I don't know how, but you eventually become numb and more risk tolerant. And then it's GG. This shows that he knows how dangerous and addictive gambling is. Here's a YouTube clip from Logan Paul's podcast when Jimmy was 20 years old.
Gambling. I used to gamble a lot.
Really?
Fun times, yeah.
You're not even 20.
Yeah, you're not even... Don't ask that question,
But you're 20.
Don't ask that question.
Because it's illegal to gamble in North Carolina unless you're 21. I cannot believe that they left this in the video. So he says he's never gonna gamble again. So let's check in and see how that's going.
Yesterday, I realized I'm 18 years old, which means I can buy scratch-off tickets. Let's just scratch them off, and hopefully I don't get addicted. So
Why does he look so different here? What's he done to his face? Why does he look so different now?
sorry, Mom.
I literally can't put my finger on why he looks so different now.
Spent $30,000 on lottery tickets. I spent $50,000.
Did he get his teeth fixed? Is that what it is?
On
Or he just went through puberty. He went through puberty like really late.
scratch-off tickets. Here's $100,000 worth of scratch-off tickets.
I spent $1 million on scratch-off tickets. No joke, I bought so many that they literally had to deliver them in a dump truck.
Well, obviously, he's gambling again, and I really take issue with this because his videos are targeted at children.
Here's how it works. You take a ticket, you scan it, and boom, this $50 ticket won $200. So far, we're up $150 with one ticket.
In this video, he is literally walking you through the steps of how to gamble.
Mr. Beast is teaching us gambling?
The easiest, making it very accessible and easy for kids to do. 1, why is he teaching children how to gamble? And 2, the way he's worded it makes it sound like it's a sponsorship ? I'm someone who's done a lot of sponsorships and integrations over the years, and I partner with brands that I genuinely love. My little spidey senses are going off here. It feels a little weird. Moving right along on another video, he's doing a podcast.
You mean it's not normal to sell your soul to every company that comes to you?
With one of his boys, Logan Paul.
You're not a degenerate like myself.
When it comes to gambling, yes, but...
Which, by the way, that surprised me.
Yeah?
I don't know, dude. Like, you're very smart with your money.
The guy who just throws away millions of dollars on YouTube videos is a gambler. Who would have thought?
The fact that he's still collaborating with Logan Paul, like, even after all of the very clear evidence that Logan Paul is, like, literally just choosing not to pay people back that invested into his scam product that he didn't deliver. He's literally just choosing not to pay them back. Mr. Beast doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit about a single child or a single person. Not a single solitary flying shit. As much as Logan Paul doesn't.
It's clear to me that Jimmy has a gambling problem, and now he's teaching it to children. When Jimmy says, who would have thought that a guy who spends $1 million on a YouTube video is a gambler?
I'm loving the Rosanna Pansino salty arc as well. I just love the arc from cupcakes to fuck you arc. I love it.
There are plenty of people who produce shows worth millions of dollars an episode who aren't gamblers. I myself have actually executive produced an HBO show where the budget for each episode, so Each video was $2 million, and I'm not a gambler. I don't think that that is an obvious connection. It's pretty well known amongst his friend group, the boys, that he has a gambling problem, and this is probably the only thing that I agree with Keemstar on.
I loaned Bitcoin to Mr. Beast, who had a gambling problem at the time.
In my opinion, it is clear
He's
as
always
day that
had
Jimmy has a gambling problem. I am sympathetic.
Not at the time, always.
To gambling addictions. I actually know someone in my personal life who suffers from this, but he's not just hurting himself. He is exposing children to gambling. And I've also heard—
And it's like literally as potent as like being on drugs, like class A drugs. A gambling addiction is like that debilitating.
It's even escalating more. I've heard from Beast Game contestants that it feels like he's gambling with their lives. And based on the amount of injuries they've told me in private—
Like imagine if Mr. Beast was like making videos like, hey kids, on this video we got 3,000 people to take heroin. Who's gonna survive?
I could see why they think that. Again, I am sympathetic to gambling addiction, but it becomes a bigger problem because I have heard from multiple people close to Jimmy that he pressures his friends and his employees to gamble. This video is of Jimmy and some friends hanging out, and it appears that they are gambling on Bust-A-Bit, which is a website that is illegal in—
Bust-A-Bit. Ugh, what is even the name of that website? Right, I'm gonna pour another beer, by the way. Pilot. It's another Pilot. This is the first beer I poured. It's the same one. I know, boring.
In the United States.
Holy shit. Holy shit, that's probably the stupidest thing.
I missed what she said. Hang on.
And it appears that they are gambling on Bust-A-Bit, which is a website that is illegal in the United States.
Holy shit. Holy shit, that's probably the stupidest thing I've ever done.
And that's why you need a VPN. Use my code.
The crazy thing is that people are here.
He says, oh shit, that's probably the stupidest thing I've ever done. What you can see in the reflection of these large windows at night is the Bust-A-Bit website. This video is only a couple years old, so it shows that he is continuing to do this behavior, and not only gambling, but illegal gambling. Also, I'm watching the video and I'm looking around to see if I recognize any of the faces. What do you know? I spot Mark Rober. It appears that when he notices someone picks up a camera and starts filming, he steps out of frame. He's noticing someone's filming and trying to step out of frame. So why are we doing that?
No, I'm the good YouTube boy. Ooh, I'm not supposed to be here.
I do not want to publicly be associated with illegal online gambling. Also, I just realized
I just make friends with squirrels on YouTube.
while editing this, that this video that they shot was shot in Utah. They were gambling on Bust-A-Bit in Utah, which has even stricter gambling laws. So it seems that he's been doing Bust-A-Bit in at least 2 different states. I also want to remind everyone that—
So Utah has really strict gambling laws, but that's also the state where they're like all of the MLMs in the world are like headquartered. So they love pyramid schemes in Utah, but they hate gambling.
that Bust-A-Bit is illegal for anyone.
I love legislation.
In the United States. Citizens of the United States are prohibited from using Bust-A-Bit according to their terms of service, and online gambling is illegal in North Carolina. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say illegal sweepstakes on his live streams, but I'm just gonna say extremely questionable.
In 5 minutes, we're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna put $1,000 in a random order. Hey, Daryl, don't we owe someone?
Yeah, the Mormons love pyramid schemes because they're all about like community and like, you know, motivational speaker kind of shit. So yeah, MLMs are like, MLMs are the religion in Utah. Like all of the headquarters are in Utah, where all of the Mormons are.
$1,000?
We do.
Yeah. So, all right. So the newest order in 30 seconds, we are going to put $1,000 in your package.
Stephen K.
Okay.
With all of that, I am inclined to believe all of the stories that I've been hearing about him pressuring his own employees to gamble. And this wasn't just a one-off thing. According to former Mr. Beast employees, Mr. Beast gambles on Bust-A-Bit a lot. Apparently, he was top of the leaderboard in 2021 on not one, but at least 2 separate accounts. Mr. Beast employees told me these are his 2 accounts: Gains City Boys and My Life Savings YOLO. Again, this is YouTube's #1 creator. Between these 2 accounts, Mr. Beast allegedly waged.
Why don't you give that to charity, Mr. Jimmy Donaldson? Huh? I thought you gave everything that you earned to charity because you're so giving!
YouTube's #1 creator. Between these 2 accounts, Mr. Beast allegedly wagered over 4,000 Bitcoin in 2021. Depending on the price of Bitcoin, that's between $120 and $280 million wagered in 1 year. To be totally honest with you guys, I'm not the best with crypto stuff, but if somebody who is really smart wants to dive into this, please do, and please let me know what it all means. I did take a personal finance class and I minored in business in college, but we did not go over crypto gambling. I don't think that that was a thing when I was in college, so I am not as familiar. I also don't participate, so I have no idea. And illegal gambling isn't the only shady thing Mr. Beast has done with crypto. Here he is with Logan Paul admitting to partaking in what sounds to me like market manipulation.
Woo!
Especially for you.
Agreed.
I love a bit of market manipulation. Let's go.
I mean, you've been doing pretty well as well.
Yeah. Well, I like the space. I remember you called me maybe like 8 months ago, and you're like, yeah. You go, yeah, just put
Oh, yeah, I know this clip.
$1.5 million into Bitcoin. And I'm pretty excited about it. To see
Let's
where
fucking go. Yeah. I'll show you my portfolio after this, but I also, so me and Logan both bought punks. You guys have probably seen on his Twitter that he bought a bunch of crypto punks at the same time, right?
Yep.
Like Gary pulled us in that call.
Oh,
so
this like cool new NFT project that I'm really excited about, where all of the artwork is like heads. But it's like they're like pixels. Like it's like in like they look a bit like they're like Minecraft heads. Wow! I'm so excited about this. Wow!
Have you ever told that story?
No.
Gary V, it's like fucking 11 p.m. just out of nowhere, just calls me and he's like, "Yo, I got like 30 people to call. Hop in." I'm like, I don't care. He's like, "It'll be the best decision of your life. Just get in." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
And so I just joined the call and I just see like Logan and I don't even know these other people. I don't want to put them on blast.
Did I put this in my Gary Vee video? I can't remember if I actually put it in my Gary Vee video, but
every heavy hitter you can imagine who's worth $1 billion was on this one call, and Gary V is in the little corner, the little square. He's going, CryptoPunks. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be the next Facebook. We're all of us. We're like, okay,
Everyone's
Gary.
judging. I'm texting Logan. And I'm
like,
Gary lost
is
his
this
mind.
legit? Bro, all of us are like, yo, Gary's nuts. Yo, Gary was right again.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
We gotta keep the story going. So there's like all these like very successful people in this call, and Gary's just like, everyone shut the fuck up. Here's what you're gonna do, and you're gonna do it right now. You're all gonna buy a bunch of CryptoPunks, and we're all just like, he's like, who here owns one? And like one guy raised his hand, and it's because Gary bullied him into buying it the day before, and we're all just like, are you sure?
I'm just gonna pause there. Gary bull.
how's Gary V's V friends doing? I assume, like with all NFT projects, the people holding the NFTs are literally just diamond handing. And just like not even attempting to sell them. Probably because they know that they won't be able to sell them for anything. I mean, they're so shit, aren't they? They're so shit. But it's like, that's not even the point when it comes to NFTs. Like, the art is never the point. They're going to be hodling till the end of time with these things. Is there a way to, like, look at when the last sale was? Recently sold. The Selfless Sloth. For one Oh, that was the best offer. You see, I think that they do this on purpose, but OpenSea is really difficult to follow. And I think it's because they're trying to, like, cover up the fact that none of these are really worth very much. Yes, also they could be selling them to themselves to make them look, to make it look like there's demand for them. From Flip NFT Bot. I mean, Flip NFT Bot. If that doesn't say bot that is programmed to sell something to yourself, I don't know what does. NFT Butler. Yes. Like this entire market is just full of such bullshit. You don't know what's really going on with any of this. I trust Flip NFT Bot with my children. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disparage your babysitter like that.
Bullied him into buying it the day before. Okay, I don't even know who Gary V is, but now he's on
I envy you, Rosanna Pansino!
my research list. Hold on here, let me write his name down. When Jimmy's talking about the phone call with the billionaires, it sounds like the billionaires are coordinating together to buy an asset. And then when they buy that asset and promote it to their fans, it becomes more valuable, and then they sell. Classic pump and dump. It's gross and it's shady. Also, when Gary V says, this will be the best decision of your life, I'm just asking questions, but does that sound like he has insider information to anyone else? Does it sound like that?
I was just so pulled by his like conviction
Yeah.
that I bought a bunch.
Wait.
Yeah, I bought quite a few.
How many?
I don't want to say, but
You have to say.
I bought multiple ones. Yeah.
Well,
I hope that he lost so much money on those, but they were pumping, so they probably didn't.
bro, are you in double digits, Punks?
Just shy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
cool, cool.
So
he's imagine he just said 60.
No.
Three zombies.
I bought like 8 of them, and they did pretty good.
And any zingers? Any like real special
yeah,
ones?
I had some that like whatever 20, 30x.
What's a?
We bought a lot with like the cigarettes because
Yeah, bro, whatever. It was just 20, 30x. You can tell by the way that he says that he's just so obsessed with just like money and not with value. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's zero value, 100% money with everything that he does. He's not even attaching that to the value of the actual thing. The value of the actual thing is pixels on a screen of some shit artwork. That's the value of the thing. The money that he got from it was purely through market manipulation, and he clearly doesn't give a shit about it. And those are his own fans that he's talking about. He doesn't give a single flying shit. I can't believe people are still so manipulated into thinking that he's philanthropic. I can't believe people are so fooled into thinking that. He's the literal opposite of that. The literal opposite. Oh, man.
I thought that was an interesting attribute, and those did pretty well.
What's another characteristic? Like, what's your rarest characteristic, Punk?
So then I rolled the money into V Friends.
Oh, the rarest characteristic, Punk. Oh, yeah, and then they rolled it all into V Friends, of course, because Gary V was like, yo, this is the next best thing.
Gary, same thing. Called me. He's like, V Friends. I was like, I don't fucking know, but last time I made money, sure.
So now Jimmy knows what the system is, and I don't know for sure, but this does sound like market manipulation and insider information.
Can I ask you guys a question? When Gary does that call,
Like, if this was like regulated securities, the SEC would be all over this. All over this. It's only because it's crypto that they don't know how to catch up with it. only because it's crypto.
Call with all these billionaires, and 8 months or a year later, everybody's like, Gary was right again.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he's right because of the call? Do you know what I'm saying?
I think about that a
like,
lot.
dude, he has all these
I think about
billionaire
that a
market
lot.
makers in the thing.
think about
He
that a
makes the
lot.
call, makes the market. By the way, you look around at
I'm just like so sad that Mike, how do you say his name? Majlak? How do you say his last name? I'm just like, I'm so sad that he's friends with Logan Paul, because whenever he's not with Logan Paul, he actually seems like a pretty cool guy. Like, I saw him with, like, he was interviewed on, like, the H3 podcast without having Logan Paul next to him. And I was like, he's actually pretty insightful and, like, an all right guy. As soon as he's next to Logan Paul, he's a shithead. An absolute shithead.
all the punk owners a year later, and you're like, damn, it's all the same motherfuckers that were on the call.
No, because, bro, there's 10,000
Oh,
punks.
yeah, I forgot. He went on Hassan Street as well, didn't he? And he was actually like, it was like his head was screwed on. He was a normal guy. He had some really cool takes. As soon as he's next to Logan Paul, it's like, what's going on? My mate Logan Paul is here. Forgotten everything. Money.
Punks, and there's only like 30 of us on the call. We can only own and do so much. There's still an entire market that's gonna happen regardless.
I can tell you, I don't think why, because that was all back like early February. Like things didn't pop off till later.
I can't believe they left this in the podcast, but what I'm watching is that Mike, the co-host, is like piecing together real time that this is market manipulation, and he's saying it. Logan and Jimmy are like, oh, no, it's just, there's just the billionaires, there's so many other factors. It's not all the billionaires and all the people, and the market's gonna do what it does, and that's... Guys, I'm not a lawyer, but tell me that is not market manipulation. Like, this is his co-host, and he's like, wait a minute, isn't that, like, not right? And they're like, oh, no, man, no, it's cool. I need a minute. Okay, and we're back. All right, let's finish this video.
You into like NFTs in general, or any other projects that you're excited about?
I mean, I'm mostly a Bitcoin holder, but just it's fun. I literally just like once a month, I'm like, Gary, what NFT should I buy? And then I just buy what he tells me.
So Gary called me, and I'm a collector at heart, which is like why I like the space.
Oh, yeah.
I like just like
the Pokemon guy's a collector.
Exactly.
Who saw that coming?
Exactly, dude. And so Gary called me, and we have these talks. Like we talk probably every other day at least.
Yeah.
And he called me like a month ago. He's like, Logan, I promise you, like I know you. You're a smart kid.
Do you think they still talk every other day? Gary Vee and Logan Paul, they're still at it every other day. Yeah.
You play this right, like I know you can, like you do.
I don't think they ever were talking every other day.
Pokemon, the NFT industry, you can make $250 million. And I go,
how do you not perk up?
How is this? But he's never wrong, right? So that's where I started.
Yeah.
How do you not perk up? Because the first fucking question you should ask, if someone's telling you could make $250 million, the first fucking question you should ask is how. You shouldn't just immediately perk up. You should ask how, because you fucking know that somehow that's going to involve someone being fucked over in some way. There is no other way to make $250 million than to fuck someone over in some way. Your little ears shouldn't just be like pricking up like, ooh, how?
The other day, I got the idea.
Yeah.
And I want to run it by you. Not now, off the podcast. But I'm pretty sure I had the most revolutionary monumental piece of IP in my head, and I've been I can't sleep for the past like 2 days.
So like for making your own version of punk?
No. Just a really, really special NFT project.
Bro, drop everything you're doing. I just got a new idea. It's gonna be huge. It's called Crypto Zoo. It's gonna be a zoo, and there's cryptos, and it's gonna be... No, it's not a pump and dump. Why does everybody keep saying that?
So it appears I'm not the only one thinking that this sounds
The teacup phone is great.
Us. Here's some top comments on the video we just watched. Admitting to market manipulation on YouTube, LMAO. I'm just gonna remind you, this is YouTube's #1 creator. Gary running the greatest insider pump and dump group. Lol. How is everyone such a big fan of him? If this were equities, they'd all be jailed for market manipulation.
I am officially locked in prison with how's it going? Not good.
I like how casually Mr. Beast is discussing doing a rug pull. How is this man not in prison and instead is a top YouTuber? These comments just go on, so I encourage you to go click on them, look at them. This is wild. So Jimmy's downplaying the whole thing, saying like, oh, we didn't promote him or anything. Well, here's a tweet of him promoting it. At Gary V. I'm loaded up on some V friends. Can't wait to see what you do. Happy.
Sounds like a fucking euphemism, doesn't it?
Face. This just reminded me of some information that I heard from a very credible source close to Jimmy. I'll read you the message that they sent me. I was once in a small gathering with James Warren. James Warren is Mr. Beast's former CEO. Also, his cousin was the CEO of Mr. Beast for many years. And he dropped a truth bomb that stuck with me. Quote, the shit we've done in the crypto market, if we'd done in the stock market, the SEC would be after us. So even this is admitting that they know what they're doing is shady, in my opinion. So Dogpack sent me some crypto stuff, and I am not very good with that stuff, so I'm gonna call him. Hey Dogpack, I was wondering if you could come on over and help me explain.
Oh, hey.
Oh yeah, hey!
Oh my god, I need to know both of their heights. What the fuck?
Tall, you guys. He's really tall.
Wow, that's good tea.
That's good tea. Okay, so Dogpack, can you tell me, what are we looking at? What's going on here?
Yeah, so basically, Jimmy gave a lot of details about his crypto
Rosanna Pansino is 6'2". Oh wow. So what would that make Dogpack?
transaction history in that podcast. And using the details that he gave, I was actually able to find one of his specific crypto accounts. He goes by the name Wu-Tang Clan. So some notable things about this account, it was worth over $10 million in April of
Why does he also just have the worst screen names ever?
2021.
Oh, okay, so this is time at the bottom, and then this is money here. Oh my goodness, look at that one. That's a high spike. Wait, how much is that
That's
again?
a lot of money for a guy who gives away all his money.
She's actually 4'10", according to a random online website. That's probably trustworthy, right?
How much is that?
I know she's not 6'2". Somebody said that sarcastically in the chat, and I repeated it.
That's over $10 million he had in crypto in 2021. Which, you know, that was the high of the account, but it frequently had over $1 million. Today it has around $200,000. Another interesting thing I found in 2021 is that he had invested in this company called Refinable. He had invested, and it seems like he allowed...
Okay, I'm just gonna roast the logo. That's the most generic tech startup logo I've ever seen. Like, think of something original. Like the parallel lines that like make up the initial. Think of something new.
Allowed this company to use his likeness. He followed them on Twitter. He didn't tweet anything about it, as far as I can tell. He might have deleted the tweets, but they certainly were tweeting about him. I started to question, you know, maybe this was a paid sponsorship of some kind.
Well, that's him on the banner, isn't it? On the...
Yeah, that's definitely him.
That's his
So
likeness.
Oh, do you think that's him? That might be him.
This is a cartoon version of him.
He was certainly letting them use his brand to promote this cryptocurrency.
And I'll check, but I'll see if he tweeted anything like, hey, don't use my image on there. But if he's tweeting that he's using it...
Yeah, and if he's following him on Twitter, he knows they're using... But, I mean, you can't say definitively that he was paid, but I do have his crypto account, and it did receive $560,000 in refinable token. But, I mean, anything could have happened. I mean, he could have got that randomly from anyone. Could have been a mistake, a clerical error of sorts.
A clerical error, a misclick,
Yeah.
and just the money just, poof, just showed up there.
But this cryptocurrency account that is allegedly his, it sold all of its refinable a month and a half after.
I love the way that crypto works as well. It's like, oh yeah, like you have so much more privacy, bro. But then like as soon as someone gets like one piece of information that links you to a crypto wallet, it's like they've got the access to your entire scamming history, bro. Wow, this is so private.
Just click,
Yeah.
and just the money just poof, just showed up there.
But this cryptocurrency account that is allegedly his, it sold all of its refinable a month and a half after they started tweeting about Mr. Beast having invested in refinable.
Oh, got it. So they tweet about it.
They tweet about it, and then the price went up, and then he sold.
it. Right.
And now, currently today,
Oh, what a
refinable is
surprise.
down 99.97%,
Wow.
which is worse than.
You know what? I thought refinable coin was just gonna go up and up and up and up forever. What a surprise that it went down to nothing. Oh my gosh, I am shocked.
Paul's CryptoZoo token. This was early Mr. Beast 2021. He was only like, what, 23 years old? He might have not known what he was getting into. A couple months later, he did invest in another project called XCAD with KSI.
XCAD. Now, what's XCAD? Is that an NFT, a crypto,
It's another
online
crypto token. It's basically like, if you don't understand.
Rosanna, you don't want to know. Do not fill that beautiful brain with this bullshit. Please do not. Do not, Rosanna. Carry on filling your brain with cupcakes and beautiful things. Do not ruin yourself with this, please.
And cryptocurrencies,
right?
You're certainly not
Have you seen me? Do you see what I am?
alone.
Me.
It's basically just like stocks, but unregulated.
Unregulated stocks.
Pretty much. He clearly allowed XCAD to use his likeness to promote their cryptocurrency, and then I checked this crypto account, and once again, 2 months after receiving $277,000 in XCAD, he sold it all. I'm not saying it's a pump and dump, but he allowed them to use his likeness, pumping the currency, and then dumped it. So it seems like he's had millions of dollars to throw around in the crypto space, which is kind of strange considering that he claims to give all his money away and reinvest it into the videos.
Yeah. We're not gambling degenerates like some people.
Wait, so are you one of the rich people they want to eat? Or are you
I'm not that rich.
Not yet.
You are way more rich than me.
But I give my money away. I'm poor.
So he gives all of his money away.
He's poor.
Okay,
He's
well,
so
that
poor.
was a lot. Thank you so much for
course.
helping me understand what this is.
Actually, I have something even crazier than this if you want to see it. Should I go get it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay, well, while we wait for Dogpack, there's one thing that I want to talk about. In this clip, he says, I give all my money away. I'm poor. I don't know anybody who's poor who has tens of millions of dollars to throw around in crypto. Not one person. In the Time magazine article where he was interviewed called In the Belly of the Beast, Jimmy says that he brings in about $700 million in revenue a year. And Jimmy Donaldson defends his philanthropic work against charges of poverty profiteering by pointing out that it is funded by his main channel, which sends the charity $100,000 a month. Let's do a little bit of basic math.
That's okay
So
then.
Annual revenue.
It's okay then, because it's like there's a little bit that's called philanthropy. It's literally the same thing as like every fucking billionaire in the entire world that just says that they're a philanthropist, but then but it's all just for tax breaks, and the philanthropy foundation that they set up is full of board members that are members of their family, and everything goes to companies or like charities that would eventually end up benefiting their own business at the end of the day. It's all just like circular that comes back to them at the end of the day. Billionaire philanthropy is never actual philanthropy, because actual philanthropy constitutes, in my opinion, like giving your money to a foundation or a charity through which you have no control over where that money goes. That's the only true nature of actually giving your money away. Is like giving up control of your money is like the real philanthropy. Like they might think that they're, improving the world by giving their money away through these foundations that they set up, but they're still retaining control of the money, and that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. They're fully in control of it. What they need is to be taxed, and then what should happen is democracy should take control of where that money should go, i.e. it should go towards, you know, benefits that we could possibly give people, you know, who have, you know, disabilities and stuff like that. But it wouldn't go to that if the billionaire wouldn't want it to go to that. It would go to whatever the fuck they thought that a charity was.
700 million, and you're donating 100K to your charity every month. What percentage is that? What percentage of all of your revenue is donated to your charity out of all of the money that he makes?
Yeah, it'll go to a new fucking art center, or it'll go to a new like building in a local university just so that they put your name on a fucking plaque. That's the only reason they'd ever give money away, is for like completely self-centered reasons.
He donates about 0.2% to charity.
Woo!
Which I also want to remind everyone watching that donating that money is also a tax write-off. So when he says that he gives all of his money away, that is not true. And when he says he reinvests all the money into his videos, that is also not true. So Mr. Charity, Mr. 0.2%, let's see how else he's spending his money.
Came here with the $100,000 in $5 bills, and no casino in all of Vegas would accept it.
No way.
They all said no one's ever bought $100,000 in $5 bills, and they just thought it was fraudulent. And I was like, I'm a YouTuber. Here's me giving this random guy $1 million. And they're like, still, no one should have this many $5 bills. This is fraudulent. And they just literally, they wouldn't take it. And so I had to like I was like, well, can you at least hold it back there?
So here he is saying that he went to a casino to gamble $100,000 in one night, the same amount of money that he donates to his charity in a month.
He could have paid for some blind child's eye surgery with that
month.
Multiple times over.
It seems like his gambling budget is much higher than his charity budget, to me, in my opinion. So now we know what he does with his money, gambling. Sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. Hold on.
COVID.
Oh, that's much better. Let's watch another video to see what Mr. Charity or Mr. 0.2% is doing.
This video is very special to me, and we impacted a lot of lives today. And I really want to continue doing stuff like this, which is why I need you guys to buy merch from shopmrbeast.com.
Literally every dollar we make off this merch goes right back into the videos. I want to open a homeless shelter, plant a lot of trees, just do a lot of good things, but it's very expensive. Basically, I can't make an impact without your help.
We need you to buy merch.
Yeah!
Couple things. This video was 5 years ago, and I don't know about you, but I have not heard about a homeless shelter opening up. And he did plant some trees, but he did it through fundraising through #TeamTrees. So that was generated a ton of income to do that. So where did the
And don't forget about Team C's, where they put where he got Mark Rober to help with creating a little robot that would collect plastic bottles from the sea. He didn't sort of campaign against, you know, companies like Coca-Cola making the plastic bottles in the first place. No, he just created a little he created a little machine with Mark Rober that would collect something like less than 1% of all of the plastic in the ocean in its entire lifetime. I think it was even less than that. It was like something like 0.05% or something of all of the plastic in the ocean. But it looked cool because it was a robot that was like collecting plastic bottles and yeah, and it looked cool. No. What you should do is tell Coca-Cola and other companies that make plastic bottles all the time to fuck off and not do that. But that's a lot more difficult and doesn't look so good on a YouTube video made for children.
money from the merch sales go? Oh, thank you, thank you. I was running low.
Okay, this is what I wanted to show you.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
You get it, like rough, because it's like rough.
What is going on? Why are we looking at boomer memes?
But also like,
It's
they
like
say
a dog.
rough.
It's like rough, woof, woof.
So yeah, I wanted to go over Mr. Beast's philanthropy because whenever you criticize Mr. Beast, obviously people come back and say, oh, my charity.
How old old is Rosanna Pansino? Is it because she's an... Oh, she's 39. Oh, she looks fucking great for 39. I'm going to be honest. She looks fucking great. Is it because she's 39 that he did that? She knew that she would appreciate that because she's almost 40.
It's like, you know, not all charities are good, and
she looks fucking great. She looks fucking great for 39.
It's been argued by a lot of people, not just people on Twitter, but actual experts of the ethics of spectacle charity. You know, he did 1,000 blind people to see for the first time, which was criticized.
I need her skincare routine.
Not just by Twitter, but also by an actual blind YouTuber, Blind Surfer Pete. Mr. Beast's video on curing blindness might actually do more harm than good to the blind community. By claiming that he cured blindness, fundraising efforts for an actual cure may very well stall out. What he did was very generous and kind, but it's a far cry from what he claimed it was. But this is sort of the issue with spectacle charity that you'll see, is it often exaggerates reality or distorts reality to fit a certain narrative. So he didn't cure blindness, he sponsored cataract surgeries. There's another article on kindness for clicks, Mr. Beast and the problem with philanthropy as spectacle. There's like a whole piece on the exploitative content and poverty porn. This is by Nicole Slasky.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of celebrities that I know that donate to existing charities like Habitat for Humanity, Make-A-Wish. There's not many that I know that own their own charities. I want to remind everyone watching that a lot of powerful people hide behind the cloak of charity. There's a very interesting article about this. People like Weinstein did this, Jeffrey Epstein.
They all do it. They all do it.
Down below
all of them.
That article about the cloak of charity. Basically, to the public, you appear like you're doing a lot of goodwill and good things, and then behind closed doors is a very different story.
The filing also goes into Combs' philanthropic works, including his work with the Boys and Girls Club of America, his donations to open a charter school in New York, and his work fundraising to get PPE for frontline workers during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Here's a paper published in the International Journal of International Relations about how charity advertisements for Africa have distorted reality in a harmful way, creating this narrative.
Oh yeah, Live Aid.
Africa, while actually being
he talking about Live Aid?
Large and diverse, it creates the picture in the media.
I guess Live Aid plus like everything else.
Poor villages with.
But yeah, Bob Geldof fucked everything up.
No technology. But really the most damning thing against Mr. Beast is that he has faked parts of his philanthropy videos in a way where he's making it look like they did more than they actually did. Here's one where he claimed to build 100 wells, but in multiple shots you see this.
Yeah, I think that's the last time that I watched a Mr. Beast video on stream was when he did that wells video. I was like, this is just like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
More than they actually did. Here's one where he claimed to build 100 wells, but in multiple shots you see the same
oh god, 205 million views now.
Wells listed as different wells. Well 29 and 67 were the same. He also said he built a bunch of wells in Kenya, but then showed wells that were clearly built in Zimbabwe. Ro, I'll show you this clip.
Okay.
And I want you to try to find out what's wrong with it.
All right.
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this.
That looks CGI.
Really?
That looks fake. I love movies. I'm a movie buff. I watch them all the time, and I know.
I love how she's saying CGI and not AI. I've noticed that whenever somebody like thinks that something looks edited nowadays, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's AI." That's AI. No, like sometimes it's still like literally just CGI. It's not always AI. I promise.
This hospital looked like this.
That looks CGI.
It looks like CGI. It doesn't look like AI. It looks like CGI.
Yeah.
Really?
That looks fake. I love movies. I'm a movie buff. I watch them all the time, and I know when I see CGI, this does not.
It looks
real.
too perfect.
Yeah, no, I'm actually surprised you caught that. Most people didn't. But if you don't see the CGI at home, I'll point it out. This is the before shot of the hospital. This is the after shot, and then same thing over here.
Why would you even do that? Why? Why does that make it? What? Like we have to add blue pillars. That would make the kids perk up.
Yeah, no, I'm actually surprised you caught that. Most people didn't. But if you don't see the CGI at home, I'll point it out. This is the before shot of the hospital. This is the after shot, and then same thing over here. What I noticed is that Dan Mace, who's the director on Beast Philanthropy, did a behind-the-scenes video for this shoot where they build a hospital in Nepal or whatever.
Started off by getting the opening shots. I like to call these plinky plonk match cuts. These are great for
this. The building looks very different than in shots like this. And, you know, for one example, there's like moss growing here, which is...
Yeah, it looks more decrepit.
Yeah, and it's like
this
the concrete's breaking down right here. There's like holes in the roof.
Okay, that looks very
there's,
CGI.
like, all this
So they made it look
crap.
worse.
In the real shot, there's no moss.
Yeah.
There's no decrepit.
Right here, you'll notice this pillar, 2 white lines. Right here, same pillar, 2 white lines. But there's a building behind it. So in this opening shot, where Mr. Beast says, "This is what the hospital looked like a month ago," they digitally removed the entire hospital to make it look like they built the hospital.
Like they built the bigger building. Yeah.
But they didn't.
Oh my gosh. I also watch the show Property Brothers. I don't know if you're familiar, but they go in to a space, they remodel it, they make it look amazing. So this is like if they did that, but it was all fake. Like move that bus, but you open the house and then the family goes in, the house would be fake and it would be CGI and it wouldn't be actually as big of a glow up as I think it is.
Exactly.
Like the viewer thinks it is.
So they CGI'd it, or technically it's generative AI, but you know, same thing.
Wait. CGI generated? We'll go into this later.
Both computer-generated images. It's just CGI is more ubiquitous. It's the same thing.
We'll discuss it later. Yeah.
But yeah, they did that to make it look all broken down and decrepit, adding all these, like all this trash. Like this looks like a PlayStation 2 graphic.
It doesn't have any of that in the video.
Yeah, and these pictures were used in news articles to show that Mr. Beast revitalizes Nepal Hospital, bringing vital services to thousands. What they actually did in the video was just install solar panels. They didn't build the hospital, but he made it seem like they did. And the danger with this is like, where do you draw the line?
Right.
Because if you're exaggerating what you're doing as a charity, then you're taking attention and funding away from other charities who might be more honest. Because like, why would I donate to someone who's, you know, raising guide dogs for blind people when Mr. Beast can just apparently cure blindness, according to his video. So yeah, and then there's one more example. We can go back to this like Dora the Explorer. Can you spot the bullshit?
Okay, I'm ready. Let's see if I can do it.
This secluded town in the middle of nowhere looked like this.
You saw it?
That building.
Damn.
It does not look real.
I think most people would not catch that on the first one. So for the people who couldn't spot it,
look at how fake this tank looks.
That's definitely a fake tank.
Look how fake these flowers are.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm a girl. I know my flowers. Okay. No.
Yeah, they look really fake.
But I think there is some part of a real building here. But then they just use generative AI or you know, editing or whatever to expand it, because it's like there's things. Look at that.
It's no.
And then like the building here is like expanding. So it's like they added on the whole back half of the building. The flowers here are like not lining up. You can barely tell that this is faked. So like how many things like this are they getting away with where they're making it look like they did more than they actually did? Because they say that this is what the town looks like now, and then this is what it looked like before.
Yeah.
And it's just not true.
It's dishonest.
No, it's completely deceptive. And this is a message from a former Mr. Beast employee who knows of the philanthropy. He says, "I was told that the philanthropy side was supposed to be Jimmy's get out of jail free card if he ever got canceled. They wanted Jimmy to win the Nobel Prize within the next few years." And then parts are cut out for privacy. It's all just for clout and social status.
It's literally like the get out of jail free card for fucking anyone who's very rich, not just Mr. Beast.
Helping people is literally on the bottom of their to-do list.
I've spoken with several people who have mirrored what this message is saying. And the full story isn't out yet, but it makes you think, it makes you wonder. All right, you guys, that does it for the video. Big thank you to Dog Pack. Thank you for coming and helping me understand what's going on and sharing what you know. And I will keep you guys updated because there's still a ton of information coming in and I'm sorting it as best as I can and trying to put it together. Talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Well, color me shocked, guys. Color me shocked. Right. What should we talk about next? What do you think, chat? I do need to pee again, unfortunately. I blame my period, okay? It makes me want to pee more. It really does. Musk dancing around with Trump. Yeah, I've actually not seen the full video of him dancing. I can imagine that will be quite triggering for me. But I have not actually watched the full thing. I'm going to have to evict Brooklyn from my lap as well. This is awful.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Okay. What was I gonna do next? I can't remember.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I'm making piss. Shall we do some UK news? Shall we do the Tory conference? We need something to sample on this. Oh yeah, we were going to watch Elon and Trump, weren't we? I mean, we can do that. Just quickly. I've not yet watched this.
By one of the people who is going to help us build this incredible.
Why is all of this in my left ear?
Future, and he is a truly incredible guy. And I don't say that often. He's a great gentleman. He's done such an unbelievable job for North Carolina, for Georgia, for Alabama, for Florida, for Tennessee. His name is Elon Musk. He saved free speech. He created so many different great things. Where is he? Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here.
Did you just say astronauts? Oh God, what's going on?
The only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Hi, everyone.
It looks like his t-shirt says cup arse. Cup arse.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight!
Ableism much?
Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no
Every election for the past forever has been the most important election of our lifetime.
ordinary election.
We're tired, Elon. We're fucking tired.
The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
Mm.
They want to take away your right to bear arms.
Of course.
They want to. They want to take away your right to vote effectively. You got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So
they
how are you
banned
supposed to have
voter
a proper election if there's no ID? It's just meaningless. And free speech. Free speech is the bedrock.
Like, if you walk in with your driving license, they're like, "Get out! We don't want to know who you are. Get out! You must vote anonymously." Is that what he's saying? What's he talking about?
Of democracy. And if people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment. President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. Yes.
They can't decide what to chant. I also can't decide what to say. They can't decide whether they want to chant "We want Trump" or I forgot what I was saying.
This is a must-win situation.
We want Trump or USA.
Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay? And get everyone you know and everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona. 48 hours. Like, text people now. Now. Oh, and then make sure they actually do vote. If they don't, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important.
If they don't vote, this will be the last election. So if the Democrats get in, this will be the last election ever because they're going to stop elections. Or January 6th is going to happen again, but like so bad this time that America will just be a dictatorship and the guy with the horns from January 6th, he'll be president. Is that what he means?
So get everyone you know. Everyone. So I'm speaking to people out there. Everyone in the crowd, I think, is already convinced. But for people out there that are watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know, at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in Pennsylvania. And if they're not registered to vote, it doesn't matter at that point. Register to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason, okay? So nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does, okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes, 500 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know.
I hate that this is like Elon ASMR. I can hear way too many mouth noises here.
To register to vote. I believe that's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because it is.
It's all you can hear now, isn't it? I just ruined it even more for you.
The one takeaway, more than anything, that will matter is getting those registrations, and then getting everyone you know to actually vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest. Just be a pest to everyone you know, people on the street, everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Is that it? Wow. Register to vote,
What a great guy.
guys.
And he'd rather be making rocket ships because he'd really rather do that. Nobody better. I think he's got 90% of the rockets that go up. But Elon, thank you very much. Incredible. Incredible. What he says is true.
Incredible. Yeah,
What he
such a
says is
powerful
true.
speech.
You know,
Wow.
we're all having fun here tonight, but if we don't register and if we don't vote, we're just going to look upon this as another sort of nice day in our life. But it won't even be a nice day. We're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. We got to win.
We're going to look back and say, wow. Are we? Really? Wow. All right, what else are we watching? We need to watch some UK stuff. Is this the same video?
Well,
Was he at the exact same site that he got shot at? Was it the exact same site?
Honored to be joined tonight by one of the people who is going
This is the same video, isn't it?
to help us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've got all of these like screen, like I'm assuming these are bulletproof. They don't look bulletproof. They just look like plastic. I'm assuming they're bulletproof though. Let's learn about the UK. The UK. I need to do the BBC theme though. I need a something to sample for it. What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Someone give me a suggestion. Truck horns, Elon mouth sounds. I don't think the ASMR Musk mouth sounds are going to be loud enough to be audible. The sausages. Oh, Kia saying sausages. I wonder if I can find that. Keir Starmer wants sausages released. Oh, is there a new series of Have I Got News For You on? And I did... No way. Did I not know that there was a new series of Have I Got News For You on? It's one of my favourite shows to watch.
Keir himself accidentally lightened the mood.
Sausages instead of hostages.
So good.
Yeah.
Shit, I've not seen this. This is awful. How have I not seen this?
I did feel for him because he gave a very long speech and I thought, no one will remember anything about that apart from he said, we're going to bring the sausages home.
Yeah.
I think what happened there is sometimes when I come on the television, my mates will be like, can you get the word unicycle?
Finder, you are not new. Stop lying, you're not new here.
Which you just done.
James, you owe me a tenner, mate.
Did they show the actual clip? Like, to be fair, I was going to say I'm probably going to get booted off YouTube for showing this, but I actually don't think the BBC cares that much about copywriting on YouTube. But I also don't think... Oh, no, they do. Do they have the clip? Okay.
Look at the clip.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's too good. Like, that's too good. That's too good. Oh, thank you for the cheer. Thank you. Also, I love Ian Hislop. He's like one of my biggest inspirations. He is.
Shall we have a look at the clip?
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages. The hostages.
It's so good.
Is this any connection with Liz Truss opening up new pork markets?
That is a disgrace.
Yes.
Hey, thank you for the cheer. All right. It's too good. All right, okay. What is it? 126.
It's so good.
Hang on, no, right. Where does he say?
This is really bad taste. I don't know what's going to happen. Up and said, as a former sausage.
Call again.
Shall we have a look at the clip?
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages.
Okay, 123. Oh my god. But also, mental note to watch Have I Got News for You on iPlayer. You know, iPlayer, like the iPlayer app is really bad at telling you when like one of your favorite shows that you follow and that it knows that you watch all the time. It's really bad at telling you that there's a new series out. Frustratingly. So I had no idea. Right, okay. Let's close Photoshop. That's probably using up an unnecessary amount of CPU right now. There we go. 124. Yeah, isn't there like a US version of Have I Got News for You? I think I vaguely like know about that. But I've never watched it. Hey, thank you for the cheer! Hype train! Choo choo, motherfucker. Choo choo. Do I got news for y'all? Right, it was around here, wasn't it? That was just some laughter. Hang on, let's. Thank you for the cheer. Okay, what do I need to do? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I thought it was 120. Oh, wait, I'm gonna have to check this video again. I thought it was 120. Oh shit! Where did it go? What? Oh, I'm too late. 124. Right? Okay. Hang on. 124. Sausages.
The sausages.
There we go.
The sausages. The sausages.
It's not the best because it's got crowd noise behind it, but
the sausages. The sausages. The sausages. The sausages. Of the sausages. The sausages. 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 Sausages.
it's not the best, but we'll have to go with it.
Sausages. 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 Sausages.
What if you put some EQ on it?
Sausages. 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 Sausages.
Are you ready for more sausages? I really need. I need to freeze all of these tracks. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No. You can tell my CPU's like. You can see it up in the right hand side. It's like, holy shit, what's going on? Like most of the time it's fine, but then it jumps up to like 40%. It's like, hell no. If I was organized, I would have freezed all of these tracks by now, so that the CPU wouldn't have an absolute shit, wouldn't have an absolute turd when I play it while I'm on stream. But no, I'm not that organized. Let me get rid of this project. Let's get the live one out. There'll be less instances of contact open. There won't be like 50 instances of contact open on the other one. It'll be a little bit more safe. Sausages! 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 Alright, what were we going to watch? The Tory conference. Okay. Okay, right, it's back open. Owen Jones at the Tory conference, baby. Let's see what they're up to.
So, it's that time of year. I'm at Conservative Party conference with a bit of a twist this time because A, this lot have crashed out of office, humiliating electoral performance, and B, they wouldn't let me in. Normally, I get a pass.
Oh yeah, they didn't let him in this time.
2015 onwards, it's become a kind of annual tradition.
I saw his tweet about it. They didn't let him in.
Tradition, I would say. Me running around after Tory ministers, special advisors, rugby tackling me and chatting to delegates about all things Conservative. They wouldn't let me in this year. They sent me, I'm emailing to inform you that approval has not been granted by the Conservative Party and as such your application has been unsuccessful. Well, I'm not bitter. I actually am a bit bitter about it because we're outside.
So much for free speech, huh?
Cold and miserable, but we're still going to do our jobs because we're professionals. So we're going to ask the great and the good of the Tories, which is, why did they lose?
What have they got to lose by letting them in? Well, some of their politicians actually have to be asked questions about Tory policies by Owen Jones. Maybe that's what they have to lose. Although they have let him in for the past years, but this year they were like, nah.
Got a sense of what they need to do to turn around their disastrous fortunes. What's their vision for the country? Let's go and talk to some Tories.
I do wonder if it was my friend Jack who was filming this. It might have been, I'm not sure. But he does film for Owen Jones. He's the person that I filmed my street interview videos with.
How are you feeling? What's your mood?
Optimistic.
It's really positive.
Upbeat. Great.
I'm really excited.
Are you feeling upbeat?
No.
But this young Tory man has beautiful hair. Why is he not feeling upbeat about his beautiful hair? Look at those locks.
No.
When you come, you give me stress, you do.
Oh dear.
Almost angina attack.
They banned you.
As soon as they lose an election?
I don't know why they're not letting
The
you
bastards.
Why did the Tories lose so badly?
in. Because I think we failed on the basic things I think you expect a Conservative government to do. Low taxes, migration control, tight squeeze on public spending. We just did things that I don't think that you associate with Conservatives or conservatism.
Why did they lose?
You mean like they fucked up the country? We don't we don't associate fucking up the country with conservatism.
Really good question, and lots of people have got really different views, but I guess, I don't know, people wanted to change and they voted for the opposite of what was in power, and now they've got something very similar.
What went wrong? What did you get wrong?
I think we lost sight of where we needed to be. If we talk about who the Conservative Party should be, it should be a party of low tax and small government.
We promised to control illegal immigration. We promised that people would have lower taxes. We promised that queues would go down in the NHS. And for one reason or another, we didn't do it. If you don't keep your promises, you get punished.
The mood, I think, is one of expectation. I mean, we've just suffered a very heavy defeat, and we need to rebuild the party. I think the big question's going to be how that gets rebuilt and around whether it's centre ground or moving further to...
How old is that hat? I want to know how old that hat is. I'm sorry, it just looks like it's been in his cupboard for like decades.
To the right, which I would regret. Mind you, the Labour Party has already started to write its own suicide note, and it's only been in office for 10 weeks. So it could well be a one-term parliament for the Labour Party, in which case we've got to get our act together pretty quick in order to be a credible and successful force again in the minds of the British public. And the Conservative Party, you've got to remember, notwithstanding the last defeat, is still the most successful political party in the whole history of European politics.
You have to remember the Conservative Party is the most successful political party in the world. We had a shocking defeat 100 years ago, came roaring back. And I know times are different.
Oh yeah, but the Liberals also suffered a terrible defeat and then didn't come roaring back.
No.
They used to be one of the two main parties, didn't they?
They did, but they were supplanted by Labour.
What about Reform? Because they supplant you.
No, because they don't have very many policies. They've got one or two things.
True.
And they're still a programme of, they're still a party of protest.
You don't want Nigel Farage to be your leader?
No, thank you very much. No.
Oh, not a fan?
Not particularly, no.
Nigel Farage is never going to be the Tories' leader because he's like openly campaigned against how the Tories are so bad because blah 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 blah. They're not scared. The Tories know that the Reform voters would never vote Tory anyway. Well, they would if Reform didn't exist, they would probably vote Tory. But it's not like they like them.
He's got charisma, hasn't he?
It takes more than charisma. There are plenty of people whose names I won't mention in past history who had charisma and were truly appalling characters.
I think we know where we're going with that one.
I fucking love the just like slow-mo sexy shots of the Tories just walking up and down the promenade.
After a while, do you think people just...
It's almost sexy.
Got fed up with stagnating and falling living standards?
I think...
This is a long pause. I'm sorry, what was even the question?
After a while, do you think people just got fed up with stagnating and falling living standards?
And then in response, he stagnated.
I think. But it wasn't and that wasn't the fault of the Conservative Party. Look more broadly across Europe.
They definitely did the cutting. Yeah, that was them.
I mean, they did the cutting, but they can only play with what they're given. And if you look across the worldwide economy, it's not like they had really like a great arsenal of stuff to play with.
Well, I mean, interest rates were in terms of borrowing rates were very low. Under Cameron and Osborne, they could have borrowed to invest in, and instead they didn't wipe out the deficit as they said they would. Yeah. And we have collapsing public services. It's not worked out that well.
I mean, you've got to look broadly, right? You can only play with what revenue's being brought in, right?
Isn't the problem? I would say that we've got an economic model in this country. I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, well, what did the Tories inherit? But 14 years of living standards stagnating to the point where people were, on average, barely better off than they were in 2010. I mean, that's kind of absurd. I mean, you can't.
It's funny because they like to sort of blame everything on like COVID and the instability that was caused by Brexit, but the Tories have been in charge for so long before any of that happened, and it was still bad. It's never been good. It's never been good.
Just say that's Labour's fault.
Well, yeah, but it's look. So the neoliberal economic system, which we all live under,
comrade, thank you.
Right, yeah. It isn't
a leftist king in disguise.
A Tory invention, is it?
No, I agree with you. So I personally wouldn't just critique the Tories. I think they just embedded the worst element.
Blair, you take it back to Blair. I mean,
Thatcher.
But I mean, the problem, right? I think there's a lot of wastage in public services, aren't there?
People always say it's like a clean. It's like a.
So how many consultants do you need though? Like, come on.
Well, that's what happens if we privatise things. Then they end up having loads of private consultants charging rip-off rates. But that's more neoliberalism, isn't it?
How many consultants do you need? Come on. Is that literally what he just said? We've got too many consultants, like, in the NHS. Is that literally what he's saying? We've got too many consultants in the NHS. It's like literally the opposite. It's literally the opposite.
If we privatise things, then they end up having loads of private consultants charging rip-off rates. But that's more neoliberalism, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that system of taking, what's the word for it? It's like quangoisation, isn't it?
Ooh.
Does he just mean business consultants? Does he not mean NHS? Well, he's not said, has he?
Quangoisation, where you're basically...
Early on a Sunday for these sorts of work.
Your politician takes something they're responsible for, they go, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore, we're going to outsource it to these guys. Like, they're going to run it. But this isn't just one party doing this. This is a big problem that I think needs addressing.
Finally, who do you want to be leader?
I don't care.
But I don't think that we deserved to win.
We got kicked out of office.
You know what? Me neither right now.
For a reason.
Party that had lost the trust of the British people. I think we failed to deliver for the British people.
That's something we have in common. I don't care. None of them.
All candidates.
Please don't elect any of them.
It's one message. It's time to change.
As a Conservative, it's really nice having an option of a number of leadership candidates who they've all got really good points. And I didn't feel that with the last leadership. I did feel that maybe we needed to lose in order to have a reset. And I think that's what we're going to get.
Oh, so. The great reset, guys. Oh, we got a raid. Oh, hello, raiders. Guys, just coming in, in the UK, we're having a great reset, and it was the catalyst was Labour taking over power from the Tories in the UK. That's what's gonna set off the great reset that you've all been waiting for. That's what the WEF have been planning. The World Economic Forum, they've been planning that. And that's why that happened.
It's great to have that sort of positive vibe about let's get back to what do we believe in, not just promising this and doing this.
Because obviously we've got our 4 candidates. Personally think at the moment Robert Jenrick's our best choice. But it's, the platform is out there for the 4 of them, so put their pitch across to us.
I think that one of the problems we have right now is that there's too much of government getting involved in everything. People aren't happy at the moment with what government does. Asking the government to do more is not the answer. This is one of the principles that I'm fighting this leadership contest on.
But what about things like maternity pay? I mean, we have one of the lowest rates in the OECD of maternity pay in this country. Changing that would probably help people make better decisions around family. Do you think we've got the right level of maternity pay at the moment?
So maternity pay varies depending on who you work for, but it is a function, where it's statutory maternity pay, it is a function of tax. Tax comes from people who are working. We're taking from one group of people and giving to another. This, in my view, is excessive. Business
Taking from one group of people and giving to another. Like what you're taking from people who are earning money and you're essentially allowing people to have children. You're allowing women to have children with that money. Taking from one group of people and giving to another. I mean, could you really boil that down to that sentence? Taking from one group of people and giving to another. When one group of people are earning money and paying taxes on that money, and the other group of people are mothers who are trying to both have a career and have children, with like what one massive part of the whole Tory ethos is, oh, families, we must have families, we have to get people to have children, that's a really important thing. So how can you also be like, well, we're paying you too much to do that? You're like, it's contradictory. You can't like have both positions. It's contradictory. Either you want people to fucking procreate or you don't. And I'm assuming that you want people in the UK to procreate. Because you know what? A healthy, procreating population at the end of the day results in your fucking GDP, doesn't it? Us pumping out more little workers for you. That's all you want. But if you don't pay us to do that, then we're not gonna fucking do it. So what's the logic there? But I guess the logic is make women marry men who earn so much that they don't need that very much maternity pay in order to have kids. I'm guessing that's the logic. But it's not explicitly expressed. Pump out that workforce right out of your fanny.
Are closing, businesses are not starting in the UK because they say that the burden of regulation is too high.
So maternity pay is excessive.
I think it's gone too far the other way in terms of general business regulation. We need to allow businesses, especially small businesses, to make more of their own decisions.
After a big election defeat, do you think the one big policy coming out of conference is Kemi Badenoch saying maternity pay has gone too far is really the way the Tories need to win back support?
Well, to throw that back at you, I hadn't heard that, so no.
Do you agree with her? Do you think maternity pay is going too far as a priority?
So I think what you've done there is stopped a woman to ask me that question without realising that I don't have any children.
I'm not asking. It doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. I'm just saying that's the big policy here.
Well, I disagree that it is her big policy, actually.
Well, that's what she talks about today. What's the other big policy?
Well, I think the whole point of Kemi's platform is the fact that if you bark out policies when you are fighting to be leader of the opposition, rather than look at where we are, this isn't about tactics, this is about strategy. I think as a woman it's really important that you don't have, actually as a worker it's really important you don't have rights that actually stop you being employed.
People hear the Tories talking about workers having too many rights.
What?
When actually we've got some of the worst rights compared to many Western countries.
It's not a case of too many rights, it's about getting an equilibrium between employment and business, because what rights do you have if you're not a worker? That to me is really important.
We don't have high unemployment. Do you think maternity pay is stopping people getting work?
No, we have quite high levels.
This is the kind of mindset that's like so cooked by neoliberalism and capitalism, which is basically like you are only worth the value you produce, the capital that you produce for your boss. Like, that's literally the mindset that our economic system wires us into mentally, basically. And she's literally being an example of that right now. It's like, being a mother doesn't matter if it's making you produce less money into the economy, and if it's making you produce less GDP for the country right now, that means that you are of less value as a person. That's like literally the mindset that capitalism gives you. And so like sometimes if you're like so baked into that, it can be hard to like get people out of that mindset. But it's like literally everything that's wrong with society is like basing your value on how much work you can do. That's like that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, not seeing the value of being a mother as being valuable in society. That is the problem. Oh, man.
Of unemployment, but we also have quite high levels of worklessness. And if you actually have a look at the sort of the growth strategy here, I think what businesses are doing is they're really quite worried about the budget. What's going to come in? What's CGT going to be? Is my NI for employers going up? You know, all those kinds of things. I want to look at the bigger picture here. I also want to keep a laser-like focus on what the government are doing. And I'm not really going to get pinned down on one policy or another. It was absolutely lovely to chat to you. Have fun talking to other people. Thank you.
I love it when they do that as well. It's like when they realise that Owen Jones is like quite a difficult like interrogator, I guess, on policy. They'll stay there for a couple of questions, and when they realise that he's actually quite a difficult like questioner, they'll be like, okay, right, anyway, bye, I have to get going.
Why did you pick me? Because I got a bow tie.
Yes.
I'm stereotypical.
That is definitely why they that's definitely why they picked him to talk to. Like, when I've done these street interviews with Jack, who probably filmed this video, I don't know if he did, but probably. Like, he's always says, let's talk to that person, and like the person is always someone who's like wearing something like, you know, something that stands out in the video. So that's definitely why they did that.
Yes.
And yet no one else here wears bow ties.
Are you a Conservative?
Yes, I am.
Was my first impression correct?
Yeah.
It is. Look, it's fair to say not many people who aren't Conservatives dress like this.
Correct.
Why?
Because we're old.
No, it's not. You say that. I know people who are like 18, 19-year-olds and they dress like this if they're Conservative. What's going on?
I don't know.
What's going on with the bow tie? I'm not interested in the policies. Just the bow tie.
I think it's just the way you grow up with, you know, I suppose you come from school, you've always been wearing shirts and ties at school, you go into business, you're always wearing a shirt and tie in business. It's just your clothing wardrobe, isn't it?
I'm in no position to speak. GQ named me the 9th worst dressed man in Britain in 2017. Why did the Tories get so battered?
I don't get so battered. They lost sight of who we are.
Which is what?
Well, generally Conservative. We're low tax, and we also had a problem with leadership. I think there was a lot of backstabbing. Everyone was infighting, and people always get turned off by that infighting and backstabbing, and losing direction of what we originally intended to do.
Do you think a lot of people think the Tories in the electorate, they think cruel, appeal to the darker sides of the human character? You know, greed, selfishness, bigotry?
No, I don't think that. No, actually, I'd say probably you'll find.
I'm gonna have a bit of lemonade to have a break from the beer. Okay, I'm being sensible. Oh, Hannah Reloaded! Hey, Hannah Reloaded clan. Hi. Hannah Reloaded. I've been watching the recent James Janney videos on the cult surrounding the Bed Bath Beyond and the GameStop. I love it. I think it's great. And I'm like obsessed. So yeah. Love you!
Find more Tories in more charity organisations than you will anyone else. I mean, generally, as a bunch of people, we're actually more generous and more caring of the people around us. There's always going to be the odd person, but generally, I find that most people I meet that are Tories are very much interested in the welfare of everyone else's humanity. And
is that why they always like to cut the welfare budget and public services, though? I mean, that's what people point to.
Yeah, I know, that's what they point to. And it's a shame that they do point to that, because actually it's more about making people get up off their feet and earning their daily crust, so that we don't waste money on those people that...
The daily crust. Guys, we've got to pull up ourselves by our bootstraps and earn the daily crust. That being the crust of one piece of bread. That's all you get.
to scroungers and put that money into...
Here we go, the scroungers!
To people that deserve that money.
It's that kind of word, using the term scrounger. I mean, people listen to that and think it's a Conservative talking about often very vulnerable people in society for whom life is very hard, and using very pejorative terms like scrounger.
That's what I said. We see them doing it.
Also, I love the term pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Because, like, if you think about it in terms of physics, how do you pull yourself up by your bootstraps? If you had boots on, and I'm guessing bootstraps are like laces. If you were standing in some boots and you had the laces in your hands and you tried to pull them up, you wouldn't go anywhere. That's how gravity works. So, like, maybe, bro, that's like the system.
We see our employees twisting and turning and grabbing things that they shouldn't be grabbing.
What do you mean? What are they grabbing, your employees?
Well, they're grabbing extra benefits and they're working the system, and they talk about their friends that are working the system.
What do you mean, working the system? What are they telling you? Because it seems surprising if they're just outright saying, yeah, we're here milking the system. What are they claiming?
The first one is, we all know small traders that ask for cash payments.
Right, but that's nothing to do with benefit claimants.
Yeah, it is, because quite often those small traders are actually, their spouse is claiming benefits for their children and various other things like that.
Do you have any basic statistics about this?
No, I don't have the statistics. I only have my own experiences to go by.
It just seems like anecdote, and the plural of anecdote isn't data.
No, it's not anecdotal. It's my own experiences. It's my own experiences. I've been in business 30 odd years.
How many £1 billion worth of benefits are unclaimed a year?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
21 billion. 21
billion. He's about to come down with some stats.
1.2 billion is lost to benefit fraud. So benefit evasion, people not claiming benefits they're entitled to, is a much bigger problem than people taking benefits they're not entitled to.
But we've spent a huge amount of time talking about benefits and so on. But there's so many other things, only other aspects to being Conservative, isn't there? In trying to make our businesses grow so that we employ more staff, so that we grow our businesses, so we get better, so we get more income, so we spend more locally, and we do all our stuff.
What I hope from this conference is that we're going to see an advocacy.
Love a bit of anecdotal evidence. Love it.
Of conservative values, which I would take to be law and order, which I would take to be a support of the family, which I would take to be a support of Britain, and something which prioritises Britain in the world, not necessarily closed off from the world, but something that's going to further the common good for people who are British as part of the global community. So that's what I'm looking for. And I think that there are plenty of candidates there who have their distinct ideas of how that would work. Myself, I'm kind of torn between Jenrick and Kemi Badenoch. I'd like to see what their their ideas are, and what actually is the clear blue water between them, because at the moment they seem both very, very similar in many ways. So we'll see.
Okay, and just finally, do you think voters need to hear more of what the Tories got wrong and a bit of humility? Do you think that's what is kind of missing, maybe?
Yeah, I do. I do think they need to actually say where they went wrong. I think they did let down the voters, the Conservative voters, and we need to look at what they're going to change in order to get back into power.
Do you think that a Tory party led by you would have done better than a Tory party led by Rishi Sunak at the last election?
Yes, I do.
She was elected on her policies and her strength. She's just shown she has no strength.
Oh dear.
I do remember you.
Yeah. You put me on your Facebook thing when I told you correctly that Liz Truss was gone.
Yes, you remember.
Yeah.
Remember this?
Yeah, I was so angry.
Yeah. So how do you feel about Liz Truss now?
She's great. I mean, sorry. Her mistake was that she had no balls. That was it. She should have told them what to do, because exactly what we all said would happen had happened, and the Tories got kicked to hell in the last election.
So she should have
stuck
stuck
out,
out.
Liz Truss. Absolutely, the only chance we had.
Really?
Yeah, because Sunak was predicted and expected to do exactly what he did, and he lost. That's it.
But I mean, if Liz Truss had stayed on, it would have got even worse. Because the reason.
Hold on. In what sense? Why is that?
Because she crashed the economy with her policies, which were
no. Not one single Liz Truss policy was enacted. Okay, and if you want to look at the numbers, you'll see that the euro and the yen performed worse during that time. And unless you really think that Trussonomics could really affect both the European Union and Japan,
the Bank of England had to take emergency action.
So it had to take emergency action. Why? Which would have lasted, what, a day?
Because of the massive financial instability.
It was a hike in US interest rates.
She literally pumped and dumped the UK. Liz Truss is like, she managed to do like a crypto bro pump and dump, but with fiat currency. It was actually quite impressive.
It was unexpected. That's it.
So you don't think it was anything to do with Liz Truss's policies?
No, the policies are brilliant, and they've now been proved correct.
How have they been proved correct?
Because by the Rishi Sunak policies, we've ended up in a worse position than we would have done had we done Liz Truss policies.
Really? Do you think so? Do you think basically if Liz Truss had just rode out?
I would not have noticed, but Mr. Sunak lost decisively.
But one of the main reasons not to let him off the hook, one of the reasons he lost is because when Liz Truss happened, most voters decided whatever the Tories did or said, they were not going to listen.
I thought of you as a Rishi fan.
Not a Rishi fan, but there's no...
That guy had one job.
Right.
Everybody knew what to do, and he insisted on doing nothing.
But people were so angry about Liz Truss that whoever...
Who was angry? I certainly wasn't angry. I was angry about that she left.
The British voters. The electorate. The electorate were angry with Liz Truss.
No. The electorate did not have the chance to vote on Liz Truss. They voted on Mr. Sunak.
Well, no, but the polling, if you look at Tory polling, it collapses because of Liz Truss, and then it never recovers.
It collapsed with Boris Johnson, but that was all midterm stuff.
It went down under Boris Johnson. Yeah. Under Liz Truss, the polling collapsed. That's when the Tories went down to about 20%.
Disagree.
That's what the polling shows. She was less, but do you know how...
Did they fall as much as Mrs. Thatcher did when she had her thing?
Polls, guys.
Not at all.
Liz Truss.
I'm going to do that. We're going to get it. All right.
Oh God, I'm just, the slow-mo Tory strides.
Why did the Tories get elected?
With the lo-fi music in the background.
Not in Bedford.
Well, okay. We've clung on to Bedford.
Yes, indeed we did. We clung on to the majority in Bedford and to North East Bedfordshire and all those sort of places. So.
Sure, but you got the lowest share of the vote since the universal franchise, which is bad.
I'm currently ovulating, so the slow-mo Tory strides are getting to me. I'm kidding. I'm not actually ovulating.
It really is bad, but I should imagine there's an awful lot of people with buyer's regret about now.
Very much not ovulating right now. If there's anything that I overshare on the internet, it's where I am at in my monthly cycle. That is the thing that I overshare.
Yeah, but I mean, why do you think you lost, though? Do you not think that a lot of people thought the country was in a state after 14 years of Tory rule, didn't they?
I should imagine after a couple of months of Labour rule, they're glad that they're in power.
Is this literally going to be the Tory? It'll just be like, yeah, we were rubbish, but they're more rubbish. Is that going to be? Is that the pitch?
Well, you see, it all depends on who you interview as they come in. The lower down you are, the more happy and cheerful, you know, those that have actually got to make the decisions and lead the party, they've got a more serious job.
Well, just a couple of things finally on that. Kemi Badenoch, she's said that maternity pay has gone too far. That's her big pitch. Do you agree with that?
Well, having had 4 children, maternity pay's not high enough, but there we go. But I don't have the agony and the trouble of it. I go to work and bugger off, so, you know.
Oh, God, the Tories are reproducing!
I leave them to it, so...
4 children, that's far too many.
But is it not a bit frightening that that's her big policy pitch?
Let's see what she says, because she's a really good speaker.
Well, she said it.
Yeah. Let's see what she says in the speeches, because she's a really good speaker, and it's early days in the conference now.
So she's a really good speaker, but during that specific radio interview where she said that maternity pay was going too far, she wasn't being a very good speaker in that in that specific instance. She wasn't being a very good speaker. But the rest of the time she's great, and she actually doesn't say stuff like that.
Yeah. Sunday evening, good time for a quote from fat councillor from Bedford. Right.
Right. Right.
If Labour conference didn't feel like a party that had just had a landslide victory, Tory conference didn't feel like a party that just suffered a shattering landslide defeat. And there's a big difference, actually. While Labour got a landslide in seats based on not a big share of the vote, the Tories got crushed objectively on every measure. 121 seats, 23.7% of the vote, a battering, their worst showing in the history of the universal franchise.
Owen, the police are coming for you. You can hear the sirens. They didn't let you in, and now the police are going to get you.
Guys,
you're going to be arrested.
But you heard that delusion from so many of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them. People just wanted a change, as though it wasn't to do with the unprecedented squeeze in living standards, collapsing public services, all the multiple crises, the turmoil, unprecedented post-war turmoil this country's had. That wasn't something which a lot of them had come to terms with. And a lot of them were just going, well, Labour are rubbish now, without having to have any sense of dealing with their own disastrous record. That said, you can't write this lot off, because as some of them were keen to note to me, the Tories are the most successful electoral force on the face of the earth. And even though it's tempting for me to just go, well, that's a crutch, just Labour's terrible and we don't have to think about our own grievous problems, that is a way back for them. You could see a kind of reformed Tory alliance, which, if it all falls apart for Labour and the left doesn't get their act together, well, you could see a way back for them. I wouldn't rule this lot out. I'd love to, but you can't. And despite the delusion, despite the total lack of humility, well, we'll be at conference, Tory conference, whether they give us a pass or not in the years to come. But my fear is the British right could come roaring back in its most extreme form yet, and we're seeing that all over the Western world. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts, your comments. Help keep the show on the road at patreon.com/ownjazz84. Listen to the podcast. I'll speak to you soon.
Hey. Okay, right, cool. I need to pee again. I do need to pee again. So I am going to... Oh my God, I don't even have the project open. Oh God. Honestly, I blame it on my period, because when you have your body is pushing one thing out of you, it's not only pushing one thing out of you, it's pushing everything out of you. Okay, believe me, that includes piss. Okay?
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Good timing, good timing.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
That was quick because I didn't also go to the fridge for beer this time. I might need to pump the heating a bit though. It's getting a little bit cold, unfortunately. It's so cold. It's so cold here right now. Oh. Right. What else do we have? What else do we have from the Tory conference? All of the mental things said during the Tory leadership debate.
Churchill to Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher.
Socialism returned. Margaret Thatcher. Socialism.
Thatcher.
Socialism delivers. Well, good morning, conference.
Is that all they talked about? Thatcher and socialism.
Should we try that again? Good morning, conference. Much better.
Don't let anyone trash our record. Be proud of our record.
Your record of what? Just fucking everything up. Be proud of it. Be proud.
And compare that with what we saw at the Labour Party conference just last week. A party drunk on power who lied to the British people. Glasses for passes, favours for friends, swamped in scandal. And, even worse, inflation-busting pay rises to their union paymasters, taken straight out of the pockets of British pensioners. Our plans for defence reversed. A mass release of prisoners and no plan for our borders. And what did Keir Starmer say just last week? He wants the state to have more control over your lives. A nanny state, closing pubs early, banning smoking outdoors, and even trying...
Did he say something about closing pubs early? If he did, I missed that.
...to control the price of Oasis tickets.
Oasis tickets should be £1 million each so that no one goes.
They are completely out of their depth. And we need to be ready. And we need to hold them to account, not next year, or in 2030, or after that, but now. And we know the Lib Dems won't do it. They're too wet. And in the case of Ed Davey, soaking wet.
Wet? In what way?
And Reform can't. They're just a pale imitation of our great party. It is up to us.
I wish a political party would make me wet in any way.
And never forget, Reform didn't deliver Brexit, we did. Reform didn't cut immigration, I did. And mark my words, we will beat Reform by being the best version of ourselves, not a pale version of anyone else. So no mergers, no deals.
We need to stop being afraid of defending our beliefs. Those beliefs are needed now more than ever.
There was just one person that was like, please, please, can we clap?
They are needed now more than ever because a new political force has risen. Something I have been fighting all my political career: identity politics. Like the 1970s, we face a battle of ideas against the left and its desire for ever greater social and economic control. It is socialism returned, socialism in a suit. This new politics has made us afraid to defend the people who need us, like young conservatives. They tell me they are afraid to share their politics with other students because they'll be attacked, that they are marked down by lecturers because of their beliefs. We have let young conservatives down. We need to defend them, champion them, and give them a party they can be proud of.
I'm for the country. I am for the country of Magna Carta, of the habeas corpus, of the Bill of Rights, defending our own freedoms and liberties. I am for finishing the job that we started with Brexit and restoring to our people and our parliament its sovereignty. So under my leadership, the new Conservative Party will stand for a new Great Reform Act, one that leaves the ECHR, repeals Tony Blair's Human Rights Act, and writes a British...
Isn't this meant to be like a lot of people's favourite candidate for leader? It just feels like he's like, I don't know, it's like GCSE public speaking assignment kind of.
Bill of Rights. That is how, my friends, that is the only way that we get the foreign terrorists, the criminals off our streets and out of our country. That is the only way that together we will end illegal migration for good. And the age of mass migration, that must end too. It's not making us any richer. It's putting immense pressure on our housing, our hospitals, our roads. And if we're honest with ourselves, the sheer scale and the lack of integration is sapping at our culture and our national cohesion. If I am your leader, I will fight for the effective freeze in net migration our country needs. And this time, we will cast it in iron.
This makes no sense. Like, he's saying that immigrants come to the country, but then they don't integrate. And that's sapping at our culture. So he's not going to let any more in because they're sapping at our culture, even though they're not integrating. That doesn't even make fucking sense.
We will do it with a vote in Parliament, so that each and every one of us can look the British public in the eye and say, we mean it. We're going to do it this time. And if we do that, we give our country the effective breathing space that we need.
For too long, government stayed silent as women were sacked for saying that a man cannot be a woman. I fought for them while Labour called them bigots.
With Starmer, we've got an undertaker. And what about the cabinet? What about our new cabinet? Well, Rachel Reeves, as wooden as Pinocchio, and only barely more honest. And then we've got Ed Miliband. Whoever tells you the grown-ups are back in charge, look at Ed Miliband. A Wallace missing his grommet. And then, there's David Lammy, our Foreign Secretary. Living proof that there is a more annoying LBC presenter than James O'Brien.
Shots fired!
I can feel the determination. I can feel the hope. You, the beating heart of our party, know there is a way back for us. I know we can and we will rebuild this party. I know we can and we will reconnect with the British people. I know we can and we will restore trust. And if we do that, we can and we will win again.
All right. You can do it, guy. You can do it. You can do it. All right. This video looks interesting. So apparently we're taking on the whole weird thing now. So we'll see.
That suggests people are starting to think Tory members are a bit weird.
Well, I mean, you can judge that by me, I suppose. I was saying yesterday, you can actually spot some of them and say, oh, he's a Tory, he's a Tory. So yeah, but I think it goes across the board. I think if you went to the Labour conference, there'll be a certain amount of weird people there as well.
I don't agree with that at all. You know, you can see the members that we have here. Everyone's got their own characteristics. We're a party of all colours.
We're all really normal, I promise you.
All characteristics, and that's what makes...
To be fair, that's such a fucking weird question to be asked anyway. Like, I don't know how you're meant to answer that question if someone just walks up to you with a microphone like, are you guys weird?
It's one of the greatest parties that the country has seen. No, I don't think they're all weird.
I guess it depends who you meet, honestly. We're all a very big variety, different bunch, so I think it just depends who you meet. I'd say me and my friends, the young Conservatives here, are, I'd say, quite normal and quite fine.
What makes the Conservatives weird? Conservatism is the belief that if you work hard, you should get the reward. If you are the hardest working, you should be the one who gets the promotion, the one who gets the pay rise, the one who ends up at the top of the company. That's what it believes. It believes
we all live in a meritocracy, guys. That's how it works.
in hard work and aspiration. So if that's weird, then I think a lot of people are weird. But I don't think it's weird at all. I think conservatism is the right way forward instead of being given hand-me-downs, which is what socialism is.
Oh yeah, I'm not normal at all since the 70s.
Yo! What? Hand-me-downs is what socialism is. Of course! That's all that socialism is. Yeah, of course. That's all it is.
Instead of being given hand-me-downs, which is what socialism is.
Oh yeah, I'm not normal at all since the 70s. Membership.
Because nepotism is absolutely not a thing.
Hand-me-downs, which is what socialism is.
Oh yeah, I'm not normal at all since the 70s.
Woo!
Membership of parties.
We have a self-aware king, guys.
It's not just Tories, has gone down massively. I think at one point we were over 1 million, and now we might just be in and around 100,000. People are becoming more and more disillusioned with politics and with politicians. So those of us, especially 20-year-olds and 15-year-olds who are really into politics, we're not the average person. We're not the average person in our, peer group. So it might not be the friendliest of words, but yeah, we're a bit weird.
Yay, self-aware king. We love it. All right, what else do we have from the Tory conference? Weird Tory merch. Okay.
Members are signing up and they get a chance to spin the wheel, which tells them what they'll win. So we've got the bottles, mugs, power bank chargers and other bits of merchandise, but they have to spin it to work out what they're going to get. The water bottles that say no leaks here. Obviously not going to leak in your bag. Important message. And everyone needs to stay hydrated at party conference when you're talking and running around a lot. I'm actually a personal fan of the coffee mugs. I can't live without my coffee, so I'm staying caffeinated with Cleverly.
We've got a great little display going on at the moment. We've got lots of lanyards that are very popular with members. We have signs that people can sign saying that they want...
What do people use lanyards for? I always wondered why they always give lanyards away. And I'm like, what am I going to use this shit for? What do I need to clip to my neck 24/7? What do I need to do with a lanyard?
Kemi to be in the final two. We've got some badges, some pens, some water bottles, some tote bags with some good material in, promotional material. The cola bottles are also going down a big hit too. We have some apples as well. Healthy alternatives are also available.
Kemi
Team
apples.
Kemi.
Phenomenal success of kind of everything flying off the shelf in the past couple of days. We had Tugan Tan, which is fake tan. We had Tugan...
What did he say? Fake tan? I'm sorry, what?
We had Tugan Tan, which is fake tan. We had Tugan...
It sounded like he said fake tan. What's he talking about?
Days. We had...
do I need subtitles?
Tugan Tan, which is fake tan. We had Tugan tats, which are temporary tattoos. We've had Tugan tote bags up here, as you can see. Tom's got a really good name to kind of make you have a load of fun with all this, and we've run with it and gone mad. If you can see here, we've got daily Tugan chats, one of these every day with his agenda on, a little game on the back of it to keep people engaged. The most popular was definitely the Tugan tan.
Did he say that you get a little gender roll?
With all this, and we've run with it and gone mad. If you can see here, we've got daily Tugan chats, one of these every day with his agenda on, a little game on the back of it to keep people engaged. The most popular was definitely the Tugan
He's mumbling too much. Is he telling me that I get a gender roll?
tan. That flew off the shelf like hotcakes.
We're doing a lot of goodie bags with one of everything for people. We have a team of newspaper deliverers outside with generic coats and umbrellas. We have tote bags. We have a wide selection of T-shirts with Robert's logo, his slogan, and the URL. We have metal lapel pins in a square shape, and we've got 38mm round badges.
Just in case you needed to know the exact measurement of the generic badges to the milliliter, it's 38. It's 38 milliliters. So now you know if you can fit them on your tie.
We've got 38mm round badges. We also have lanyards, although they've been going like hotcakes, so we've slightly run out of those at the moment. Oh, and some stickers.
Amazing. I'd love to go to a Tory conference one day, but I don't know if they'll let me in. I don't know. If they're not even letting Owen Jones in anymore, they're not going to let me in. All right, what else do we have? Do 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 do. Keir Starmer! He's giving back some. Oops, I just messed up this Google Doc. He's giving back some.
Forgive me, Prime Minister.
Some of his gifts, just some of them.
Forgive me, Prime Minister, you've decided to repay £6,000 worth of gifts. Why now? Why those gifts and not all of them? Have you decided it was wrong to take them, or did you come under pressure?
Look, we came in as a government of change. We are now going to bring forward principles for donations because until now, politicians have used their best individual judgment on a case-by-case basis. I think we need some principles of general application. So I took the decision that until the principles are in place, it was right for me to make those repayments. Thank you.
He's paid 6% of it back. Amazing. Amazing. Cabinet ministers don't need to repay gifts, Sir Keir Starmer says. A row over donations has engulfed Sir Keir's top team in recent... Oh, it went too fast. Which have included clothing and free tickets.
We're going to draw up some principles so that everyone can see the basis on which donations, etc., can be accepted. We're working on that. Until they're drawn up, I decided to repay so that any future activities of me or anybody else are in accordance with whatever the new principles are. That's my personal decision. I'm not saying others should do the same, but that's why I did what I did.
Well, there you go. Like, it's all fine now because he's paid 6% of it back. It's all good. I wanted to watch this thing about the Just Stop Oil conviction. So basically, the two activists that originally did this.
And severe drought. We cannot afford new oil and gas.
They've been jailed for 2 years and 20 months, respectively. £10,000 worth of damage to the artwork's gold-coloured frame. Yeah, so they only actually did damage to the frame, which apparently dates back a few hundred years. No damage to the actual painting because that was behind some glass, but the frame wasn't. So that's essentially what they're being punished for. I love how activists are just holding up QR codes now. Just like... That's amazing. Wait, who said soup can seep through glass? That's not how physics works. Judge Hahir, who previously jailed the co-founder of Just Stop Oil and Extinction Rebellion for 5 years, said soup might have seeped. What? Soup cannot seep through glass. That's not how glass works. I fucking love these clips as well. The way that people are like, not the Van Gogh. No, I like these girls. I think they're cool. How should we react to Van Gogh being vandalized?
2 days ago, this happened. A work of Van Gogh was thrown soup at to protest against climate change, or more specifically, climate inaction, and people are really, really pissed about it. Why do the people that have achieved nothing tear down the achievements of others so readily? That will certainly help the climate. Sometimes these people do the most stupid and pointless things that have nothing to do with climate activism. They should be made to pay for the damage. Oh, that work of art is priceless. A reasonable sentence would be community service for life. This is why nobody takes any of this seriously. This motivates me to build my own coal-fired power plant.
Oh, so fucking hardcore. Oh, bro, Grund Admiral Thrawn is gonna build his own coal power plant. Wait, no, that wasn't him.
This seriously. This motivates...
Oh, election interferer. He's gonna build... I'd love to see this guy's coal-fired power plant. I need to see it. I need to see it, because I'm sure that he went ahead and did that immediately.
Me to build my own coal-fired power plant. These comments are evidence that the action worked at capturing people's attention, which in our world becomes increasingly difficult. But what some are asking is, did it win people over? And many are saying no. You probably know Emmeline Pankhurst, the leader of the suffragettes in the UK. We can now all agree that her cause was just, that it was a good thing that she fought for the right for women to vote. Pankhurst and the suffragettes, to stir people up, accomplished many actions that were despised by the general public. We are not destroying orchid houses, breaking windows, cutting telegraph wires, injuring golf greens in order to win the approval of the people who were attacked. If the general public were pleased with what we are doing, that would be a proof that our warfare is ineffective. We don't intend that you should be pleased. And when golfers asked why the suffragettes were fighting them, she answered, "We are not fighting you because you play golf. We are not fighting you at all, but trying to stir you up. Tell us you sympathize with us. We are determined, even at the price of your sympathy, to stir you up to do something."
By the way, this is from The Canvas, this video. It's off screen, so...
Now, I want to go back to the National Gallery in London and Van Gogh's Sunflowers. This is an art history channel. I love art, I criticize it, I defend it, I engage with it. If you know me simply as being an art history lover, you probably clicked on this video thinking I'd be opposed to the action of Just Stop Oil activists. I support it. I support it for 4 reasons. First, there was no damage done to the painting. Second, even if there was some damage done to the painting, and I know this might be controversial, I don't think the original work of art is that important.
Yes, preach!
If you wonder why I made a video on that topic. Third, when serious action is needed urgently, this kind of stunt can be necessary, and I hope more come in the future. Individual citizens are often powerless when it comes to affecting systemic change. Climate change, more than anything, cannot be fought against individually. You can reduce your carbon footprint as much as you want. It's not going to do much because you're fighting individually a collective struggle. When facing governments and corporations whose power rely on the destruction of the planet through an unsustainable economic system, what are we supposed to do? Voting isn't working, individual change isn't working, peaceful protests aren't working. Arguably, direct action isn't working either, but it's a last resort. When everything else fails, direct action becomes necessary. If you care about climate change, your scope of action becomes increasingly limited. The more inactive we are now, the more radical the actions will need to be in the future. Now, the real question is, did these activists go too far by attacking a work of art? The 4th reason is because inaction will lead to the destruction of all art. Action, even if it destroys some works of art, will save works of art. These activists, more than anyone else, are fighting for the conservation of these artworks. In the opening paragraph of Mark Fisher's Capitalist Realism...
But, like, specifically, like, preserving pieces of art, you're also talking about, like, obviously you could, you know, save certain paintings, historical paintings, quite easily if there was, like, massive climate meltdown. You could possibly, like, save paintings by putting them in, like, you know, climate controlled safes or whatever. But, like, when you're talking about saving pieces of art, it also includes, like, saving architecture, like buildings that were built hundreds of years ago that we've like spent loads trying to maintain, and they will just get fucking ruined by adverse weather events if we don't actually take action now to stop those adverse weather events happening in the first place. So I mean, like, it doesn't just mean paintings, it means like loads of shit, like loads of like everything that you would ever consider to be art. Like, that's what we're trying to also preserve, and to, you know, to raise awareness of that. It's like that includes protest actions on, you know, certain very famous pieces of art. And if you can do that, and if you can get so many people to talk about it without actually ruining that specific piece of art, then that's a really good way of doing that. That's actually like really clever and a good way of doing it. Like, I wasn't like the biggest fan of Just Stop Oil, and you know, like they started out, if you remember, a few years ago, as like Insulate Britain. Like, what they originally were asking for was for British houses to be insulated, but like the group associated with them was Just Stop Oil, and now they're like the more famous one. And what they used to do is cause traffic jams quite a lot, and they were like really pissing a lot of people off, and they got in the news for doing that. But what they were also doing was like, you know, affecting people who were just trying to get to work. And that, like, then I was a bit like, ugh. But like, what they're doing now, I'm actually like, they're actually not causing damage to anything. They're using things that get a lot of attention. Like, they're using historical artifacts that will get a lot of attention and get them put in the news, but they're actually not damaging any of them. They're actually doing everything pretty well. Like, they're quite clever about it. And I'm like, this is way better than like causing traffic jams. This is so much better. It's actually not hurting anybody. And you're getting in the news, and like people are always like, oh well, you're not making me like you by doing this. It's like that's not their aim. Their aim is not to be liked by people. Like, they don't give a shit about you liking them. They don't care. Like, most people know that climate change is a thing anyway and think that it should stop anyway. That's not their aim. They don't want you to realize that climate change is a thing. They know that you already know. What they want is for it to remain in the forefront of your mind. Like, people misunderstand what the word awareness means. Like, people, like, when people are raising awareness of issues, it's not like they think that nobody knows about that issue. What they're thinking is, like, people know, but they're kind of forgetting about it because of all the other bullshit that's going on in the world. Which there is a hell of a lot of other bullshit going on in the world. Don't get me wrong, but this is like one of the main issues which we should be constantly talking about and constantly voting with that in mind. And that's all they're trying to do, is they're trying to keep it at the forefront of everybody's minds. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to get people talking about it. That's all they're trying to do. And you know what? It's fucking working. It's fucking working, because what it makes people do is say, oh yeah, well, you know what? There's nothing we can do about climate change. Like, you know, I can do all this. I can buy an electric car, blah, 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 blah. And then other people will go along and come along and be like, oh yeah, but what we need to do is like have all of these policies, blah, 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 blah. It gets people talking. That's literally all they want, is fucking awareness, because that's the only way you're going to get these policies through, is by people talking about them and then voting for them. Because you know what? Not enough people care enough to like actually to like not to like literally protest by cutting off like pipelines and stuff like that. Not enough people care enough to do that. All you're ever going to be able to do at most is get people to vote, because not enough people are ever going to care enough about doing all of this other shit. See, people always get like pissed off when people say like, oh, if you care about climate change, what you should do is vote. But like, if you look at it realistically, that's all most people are ever going to do. If you like log off and talk to people in real life, you will realize this. All most people are ever going to do is vote. They're not going to fucking go to oil refineries and hold up signs and cut off the pipelines. Most people aren't going to do that. They're just going to fucking vote. So tell them to vote. Don't tell them to do all this extra shit, because then we're like, oh no, I don't want to do any of that. That's too much effort. You're probably making more of an impact if you just tell them to vote, because it's easy. Oh, anyway, it pisses me off. Because, like, I don't know, I just see, like, a lot of, like, really, like, just chronically online people thinking that everybody else is chronically online as well. A hell of a lot of the time in this, like, it's like most people are not. Go outside, touch some grass, realize that most people in the world do not know the kind of shit that we are facing. Just tell them to vote.
Fisher talks about how in the movie Children of Men, the elite still try to conserve art even though they live in a world where it's impossible to have babies. The main character asks the question, how all this can matter if there will be no one to see it. The alibi can no longer be future generations since there will be none. The response is nihilistic hedonism. I try not to think about it. What we need to take away from these activists and their action is, if our current inaction persists, the very concept of art becomes futile. If last resort actions such as the ones made by Just Stop Oil have the slightest of chances to stir people up to do something, as Pankhurst would say, then they're worth exploring. They're worth exploring, encouraging, and supporting, because that's how we'll save humanity and art. The nihilistic hedonism, the I try not to think about it, the climate activists should tone it down, is what's most dangerous to art. I support these activists because I care about art. I care about its conservation in the future. I support these activists because our path to action has been increasingly limited. We're shown more and more that traditional means for change are ineffective and will kill humanity, will kill art. If you feel the urgency as I do, then you'll understand that as our options for change decrease, our tolerance for different modes of action will need to increase. More and more, this kind of action will happen, will need to happen, and we need to support it. If no systemic changes are made, with stakes as big as climate change, it'll become harder for climate activists to go too far. Considering that these actions are aimed at preserving art, that they can stir people up, that they can insist on the urgency of the problem, I have no problem supporting them. The work to be done now is to inspire in others this urgency. We are determined, even at the price of your sympathy, to stir you up to do something.
What is worth more, art or life? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than justice? Are you more concerned about the protection of a painting or the protection of our planet and people? The cost of living crisis is part of the cost of oil crisis. Fuel is unaffordable to millions of cold, hungry families. They can't even afford to heat a tin of soup. Meanwhile, crops are failing. Millions of people are dying in monsoons, wildfires, and severe drought. We cannot afford new oil and gas. It is going to take everything we know and love.
This girl Phoebe, she's gonna have a criminal record now, but to be honest, I think she'll be alright when she gets out. Like, I think she'll get a job in, like, I don't know, with a charity for, like, climate activism. I think she'll be okay. She's just gonna have to be in prison for a while, unfortunately. But I think she'll be all right. Yeah, 2 years is a lot. It's bullshit. But unless they can get her out. Yeah, they might. She might get out earlier than that. Brooklyn! Do you want to get out of this room? I'm going to open the door. I think he might want to get out. Yeah, I should get some book deals. Is it? My door just swung open again. I don't know if it was Brooklyn. Okay. Clearly he didn't want to leave the room because I opened it. I opened the door. I left it slightly ajar so he could re-enter when he wanted, and he immediately, boisterously re-entered the room, leaving the door wide open. So clearly he just wants to be annoying. With jazz hands. Jazz paws. Okay. Oh, what should we look at next? Let's move away from the UK stuff. Let's go across the oceans. We can go across any ocean to the US. Yeah, I've actually not watched this, but apparently this happened.
It's really upsetting to me that I didn't make enough effort to offer money to people to go to this and videotape it. I feel like I've let you guys down. This is Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson. They are out in front of and they're talking about the crazy diversity at the Restore the Republic event. I mean, the diversity went from all the way from Rubin through Peterson. Incidentally, they were on tour together with each other 4 years ago. All the way to, Brett Weinstein, another member of the IDF, and then all the way to Russell Brand, who is now a extremely religious person. I think he's probably getting to the point where he probably wouldn't even show up with Dave Rubin around because of Dave Rubin is a sinner.
We'd want to baptize him.
Yeah, he's gonna. But also, to be fair, Matt Taibbi and Jimmy Dore were there. Also, Tulsi Gabbard and wasn't Jack Posobiec. Oh, I actually took a screenshot of one of the posters because it was interesting to see
Rescue the Republic
up in dark, letters, on the cloud. It's one of those cloud, word clouds. And
who got top billing is interesting to me as well.
I wonder how much his people got for showing up.
Can we pull that up, Bradley? The poster. Can you find that?
Here, I'm going to send it to Matt. Matt has it on his IM, but I'll read off some of it. Rob Schneider. Oh yeah. And
he got top billing.
He got top billing, but here's the thing. Like I say, this poster, Matt, if you can pop this up, it's at the jointheresistance.org. Rescue the Republic. Join the resistance. They said that twice on the poster because it's that important. Rob Rob Schneider is on there, but he is in the lightest color font. You almost don't see it. And Skillet.
Skillet, I think, is posted twice.
Who's Skillet?
I don't know.
It's a band. Brett Weinstein, he's in dark. Colonel Douglas McGregor, Tulsi Gabbard, Tennessee Jet. Is that a band? Yeah, here it is. Okay. And look at this. So you can see the big bold names are Brett Weinstein, Tennessee Jet, Dr. Robert Malone, one of the leading lights in COVID denialism. Yeah.
I love how they're all different colors of piss. Is that the color of your piss in the morning after you've heard them speak?
Yeah. Senator Ron Johnson gets the same color font as Rob Schneider. Like there's three darknesses, right? There's the Rob Schneider, there's the Skillet, and there's Brett Weinstein on the top there. And you know the
and there's
the
no rhyme or
ones...
I was skeptical of what you were saying, but there's no rhyme or reason to the color choice. Like
it just
doesn't
rotates.
Look aesthetically, but it's all
it looks so bad. Like, is there any meaning to this color scheme?
Must be thinking about who they want to promote. I definitely think
it could be, but it literally goes light, medium, dark, light, medium,
per
dark,
line.
light, medium, dark.
Yeah.
Successively.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's done alphabetically. I think they choose.
That's true.
So Charlie Kirk is dark.
You want Rob Schneider and Skillet at the top of it.
Yeah. And don't worry, Skillet's posted again as the last person, if you see there. Skillet twice.
But wait a second. You know who I don't see on that list is, what's his face? Oh, yeah, Russell Brand. Russell Brand is a lighter color. So isn't Robert Kennedy?
Oh, wait, where's Russell Brand? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there. Oh no, he's pretty dark. He's pretty dark.
Junior.
I'm pretty dehydrated after listening to Russell Brand.
Taibbi's up there. Tyler Fisher. I don't know. Eric Bowling. Brandon Straka gets a bold lettering.
I'm going to guess 5 Times August is also a band, although I've never heard of that.
Jack Posabiak. He is a
naval intelligence right-winger
guy. Yeah.
Del Bigtree, who's a big anti-vaxxer.
Brandon Straka's on there twice.
So is Skillet. That's what I'm saying. This is done so sloppily.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big tent of diversity. I mean,
they gotta pad it out. They gotta pad it out.
One way to characterize it. Just
Laura Logan. I mean, it is.
You have
awesome
Zionists
that they're
and you
letting
have
her out on leave to go to this event.
You got Zionists and you got people afraid of needles, and a lot of both. So.
And you know how you make it seem like the event is even bigger than it is? You list 2 of the speakers twice, or 2 of the performers.
What is Skillet? Like, what is that? Something that you cook meat on? Like, this is a vegan asking. And what am I getting it mixed up with? Skillet. Skillet is a rock band. What's going on? Skillet. It's also a cooking pan. Oh my god. Oh.
/ speakers twice on your poster.
It's freak Coachella.
I mean,
crowd that thing up.
I don't want to give these freaks advice, but I would just say, like, usually when you make a post like this, you put the most notable names at the top, and I don't. Maybe Rob Schneider's that, I guess, but like I mean, maybe put Russell Brand and RFK up there. I don't know.
But even Charlie Kirk's like on the last line there was just a little surprising.
Here is. Jordan Peterson and Dave Rubin speaking to this crowd to restore the Republic.
And we should note, just even relative to where we're standing right now with the Washington Memorial behind us and the Jefferson Memorial and the Lincoln Memorial, that this country was founded on the idea that we were going to be different. We were going to be different and think different things. And I guarantee you, if we polled every single one of you out here, this would probably be the widest tent of political thought in America today. That is rare.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about this team, I think putting together a revolutionary team in a political landscape is always a dangerous thing, because mostly what you want from your political leaders when everything is working well is sort of calm and predictable stability, so that you can ignore the political and you can get on with your own life. and that'd be a lovely thing to see. And now you have in front of you a relatively revolutionary cabal of potential leaders, and there's peril in that. But one of the things that constrains that and hems that in the most appropriate possible way is the fact that all of the people who are putting themselves forward are patriots, they're American patriots, they're pro-human, and
You're Canadian.
What is he talking
very
about?
strong advocates for free
He literally never makes any sense. And they just clap him and he just says words. He just says words. And they clap him.
speech. And
it doesn't seem like there's a ton of people there either, I gotta say. I mean,
no, I'm looking for.
You got a lot of people.
Notice how they're not panning to the crowd
on that bill, and I don't know. Maybe you can't hear it from the stage.
I feel like it's less than a typical Jordan Peterson show.
I sort of feel like that. Now, just if you're listening at home, Jordan Peterson is wearing a two-tone suit that is divided right down.
He's worn this for a long time. This is one of his suits. This is one of his staple suits.
On the middle. Oh,
cedar.
Red and blue. I see. That's very clever.
He raided Heath Ledger's closet from the dark.
Yeah, because he's a centrist daddy, you see. That's what he's getting at.
Dark Knight or something?
It's so strange.
He really is. It's like he's attempting to be some sort of Joker. Yeah.
All right, but let's listen to Brett Weinstein, because here's the thing. There is a wide range of political voices at this conference, but you should know that some of them are provocateurs. They are, of course, feds. And how will you know that they're feds? Because there's no way there's anybody at this Rescue the Republic meeting who are in any way racist or anti-Semitic or fasci in any way. And if you see them, I have an explanation as to why you see them.
They just want a maha.
Now, as long as we're on the topic of fears,
Oh, my favorite
let's confront
guy.
one directly. If, as the event proceeds, you find yourself faced with someone displaying Nazi symbols, inciting violence or lawlessness, or you encounter a group of people dressed in paramilitary garb, those are assuredly federal agents. Thank them for their service and move on.
Traps abound.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for. That's not what I was
That's a
expecting.
very, very tight crowd shot,
Now,
isn't
some
it?
of you are no doubt thinking there's.
It really is.
Let's listen to a
The
little
weather
bit more.
didn't do them any favors.
Well, I mean, that is like they're just like, that's a tight crowd shot, which is, you know.
Also, is it a Big Ten?
When you want to be fash, but the weather's like, nah.
Because I'm seeing a MAGA hat, not a ton of diversity in the crowd. But
Well,
I mean,
they all have different
Stupid beliefs.
They have different political ideas. Like some people think that COVID was planned, and other people think that it was a bioweapon, and other people think that it never
happened.
really
It was
even
a
happened.
hoax, yeah.
So the full range of beliefs about COVID are there.
This is a moron parade.
Now, some of you are no doubt thinking there's something odd about a mission to rescue the Republic that includes many speakers from abroad.
Yeah.
But this is actually a testament to the achievements of the founding generation. Our founding fathers almost accidentally invented the modern West. They did it because they had to balance the tensions between the various colonies in order to persuade them to confederate. The careful job that they did, balancing the various concerns, created a prototype for a world that was not rigged in anybody's direction.
Hey guys, I wanted this to be a fun event. What's going on?
not rigged in anybody's direction. I think slaves would have to differ.
I think it's
during that time
3/5.
I guess we should have gotten that.
Look.
I guess we should have gotten that teleprompter.
How do we get South Carolina? We got to do we're the founders. We need to do what's best for equality in the future. How do we get South Carolina to join us on this?
I mean, we're gonna play in a sec Russell Brand praying on stage or whatever. But do you notice how they use this kind of religious language about the founding fathers as if they are our deities in and of themselves? I mean, they bestowed upon us this nation. It's like religious a religious view of what a nation state is, as opposed to what America actually was, which was it was forged by conquest and genocide.
Actually, it was a big gift from our daddies.
Oh, right. Our sky god, George Washington. Thank you.
All right, so Russell Brand.
Yes, we've all seen the picture of Russell Brand performing a baptism in his skivvies. We've all seen it.
And showed up as well.
We will not be subjected to it again.
And
I don't think he took Diddy's plane, but
honestly,
maybe.
like
not this time.
I look at this and I honestly think, like, is this the Rescue the Republic, or is this like an SNL parody of it? And I want to make it clear, like, I don't think the SNL parody would be that much more entertaining than this either. But this does not look real to me. It looks like it's so bizarre what they have done here, and everybody thought they were going to make a lot of cash, and they didn't, and they're pissed.
As somebody who's been following Russell Brand for about 15 years, not always as a fan, he is not sincere about this at all.
No, I saw him do a live show in Atlantic City in 2013 or 2012. It was a part of his Messiah Complex tour. He had large photos up on the stage that included Che Guevara and Jesus Christ. He started talking about how Jesus was a communist. It was a very funny show. In Atlantic City, there were a lot of people there for the casino, so they just wandered in, and a lot of like Republican types walked out in outrage because he was calling Jesus Christ a communist. But since then, there have been some credible sexual assault allegations leveled at Russell Brand, not getting a ton of work in Hollywood anymore. So here we are.
If I have your permission, I would like to end in a short...
Actually, there is a... there is a reel... An Instagram reel that I should play. That I rather enjoyed. Anyway.
Short prayer on this holy and auspicious day.
Oh, incidentally, I should just say, Sunday, September 29th, in the calendar, is not a holy day. Unless
Okay, I'll just play it now. If I am able to open it, because Instagram Reels is awful on... How do you get it to go? Alright, I'll just refresh the page. Fucking bullshit. Honestly, it's bullshit. Okay. Let's refresh.
Like Donald Trump, because he's an ethereal gladiator of justice with the fickle fabric of the universe.
Russell, the allegations have just come out.
I'm Christian. I've been redeemed. I'm forgiven. That's good timing, isn't it? Poor Mary was a bit of a sore, wasn't she?
Russell, the allegations.
Oh, yeah, hallelujah. Right, what do you think about these new Instagram handles? I've got BAB, Born Again Brandy, GWR, Goody Woody Russell.
What about the essay?
Shining Apostle. Love it. Praise him.
Russell?
Yeah?
We need to talk about the allegations.
I can't, sorry, it's getting to the clappy wappy bit of Shine Jesus Shine.
But Russell,
Yeah, sorry,
the
I've got
allegations.
one more. What was that? What do you think of this baptism pic?
I think people should have a choice. whether
Oh
they
no,
should
the
or not.
baptism pic, no!
Should they? I better get off to confession then.
Russell,
Yeah?
the allegations.
I can't, I'm afraid. I'm reading Deuteronomy 30:16. Totally appropriate gap, by the way.
Russell.
Sorry, I'm just converting someone on the phone. Can we do what in tongues, you cheeky minx? Pray? Yeah, that sounds great. A furious, flamboyant feminine...
No, Russell, this is wrong. You can't just conveniently convert to a religion to shield yourself against things you've done wrong.
Sorry, God's on the line. What's that? Signal's not very good. All right, God, stay on the prayer. I'm just going to step outside.
Russell.
Go very far away.
Russell!
People don't like Donald Trump because he's an ethereal gladiator.
Yeah. Munya Chihuahua. Very good.
Well, Rescue the Republic is that day.
is that a Christian holiday now?
It is.
Rescue the Republic Day?
Judeo-Christian.
I didn't,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And if I have your permission, I would like to end in a short prayer on this holy and auspicious day.
Okay, pause it for a second. I just, go back, because you can even, when Jordan Peterson has to take a step back from you and
just
thinks
kinda
that
crazy.
you might be a little bit...
Yes, he was on Taskmaster. Munya Chihuahua was on Taskmaster, yeah.
I'm not sure what he's going to do here.
A little bit too much.
Look at Jordan's body language here, you'll notice what happens when game sees game.
This is two competing messiah complexes.
Exactly.
And one is winning.
Wait a second. I don't think this corporal saint has enough room for two of us transcendent beings here on stage. Sir, I was going to say, let's get on our knees and pray before you did this. I'm the one who said this was a holiday. But watch how he's like steps, like he leans back and he realizes, like, I think I'm probably going to have to take a step here.
Free speech, not personalities.
He's coming closer. He's coming closer.
I would like to end in a short prayer
step back.
on this holy and
Slowly.
auspicious day.
Yes, there we go. Okay, yeah, okay, you're going to pray. I'll get down on my knees.
Oh, keep me in the shot, Lord Jesus Christ, I call upon your name on this occasion. May it augment an era of peace. May we reach out our hands in friendship.
I'll pause it for a second. Now look at that huge ideological swath of everybody's at this place, like not praying. And also, the camera's set up in the center, and like this is not a big crowd.
Yeah.
I feel like
doesn't look great, does it?
There could be 200 people there. Like,
and I think this is the closest a lot of them have gotten to
the
church.
The speaker list is maybe 1/4 the size of the crowd that has showed up. All right, everybody.
We would oppose. May these institutions that were once regarded sacred, so sacred in fact that any incursion upon them as on January 6th was regarded as a kind of heresy. May the values that warrant these buildings, these institutions, that flag, this nation, being regarded as one nation under God, return to the forefront. May I pray, Lord Jesus Christ, in your holy name, that all Americans of all cultures and colors and persuasions come together in your name. I ask, Heavenly Father, for a new era of peace, that Satan be cast out in your name in all his forms, but in
there's nothing better than the construct of, I hope that Americans of all colors, of all creeds and all persuasions recognize that they should be Christian. And you are the Christian God and you're the true God. I mean, like, I want to say I both appreciate the fact that everybody has a difference of opinion and tell you it's time to get with the program.
It's amazing.
Satan be cast out in your name in all his forms, but in particular in the bizarre, Kafkaesque, Huxley-esque, Orwellian form of totalitarianism, bureaucracy in the name of care.
Even Jarpy's like, what the fuck what's he saying? What's he saying?
Peterson's laughing.
Peterson's laughing. Then he realized, like, oh, this isn't supposed to be the funny part.
But he's not.
Go back.
No.
This isn't supposed to be the funny part.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Are they behind bulletproof glass?
Oh, they definitely are.
Okay, I just want to. I've observed that. I think they may be. Peterson's laughing earnestly, not laughing in the way we are. He's like, oh, you called it Kafkaesque. Point.
Is he not
I'm
crying?
not sure. I think Peterson is like.
Oh, that's the kind of rhetorical flourish that he would adore, though. He's
definitely laughing with Russell Brand, which is the worst thing. But it's hilarious to think of him as laughing like at Russell Brand.
Anything that sounds intelligent to him is intelligent. It doesn't matter.
I think
he threw out the word Kafkaesque, and he was like.
Peterson is literally having one of those moments. I should say this morning when I woke up, I had carbs. And so I'm feeling a little bit less than completely insane at the moment.
Oh, that's why he didn't break down in tears on stage.
And when he started to say Kafkaesque and within the context of the prayer to the Almighty Lord, that's when I just lost it and then realized, wait, I'm in front of a whole crowd of at least 250 people. I better make it like I'm serious again about the prayer part. Okay, go. Just watch him.
But in particular in the bizarre, Kafkaesque, Huxley-esque, late Orwellian form of totalitarianism, bureaucracy in the name of care. Lord, I ask for true republicanism and true democracy.
I'm going to
that
pretend like
every
I'm serious
individual
again.
may feel.
You know what I want?
Bro is spitting right now. He is spitting. Oh! These are some bars!
It's when he included Huxley.
Oh, he's crying.
Huxley-esque. Is he?
Okay, keep
Well,
going.
I'm going to try and cry.
I at first thought he was crying, but that initial reaction was laughter because Russell Brand mentioned Kafka, and he's a college
Not
professor.
just Kafka. Huxley-esque.
Right, exactly.
Kafka-esque. He asked all the top 3 autodidactic faves.
These are my favorite references.
These are the ones that you read if you, you've got the big Dallas Huxley, right? Brave New World.
Frankly, all short books like that are
all
pretty
the
consumable.
books that you read in junior high. And
200
that's
pages.
where
They
you
won't
cement your entire worldview on.
Era of peace, that Satan be cast out in your name in all his forms, but in particular in the bizarre, Kafkaesque, Huxley-esque, late Orwellian form of totalitarianism.
late Orwellian.
In the name of care. Lord, I ask for true republicanism and true democracy, that every individual may feel their freedom to open heart.
Now he starts crying.
Now he goes crying.
Whoa!
Discourse and conversation with one another in good faith.
You can see the end of the crowd there.
Is he actually crying?
Deception, the lies,
Look at
and
the
the
bulletproof
censorship and the
glass.
control. Respect the honor of the individual, the
they're not
sovereignty
putting
of the
their life on the line.
individual, that we are all fallen individuals
For
and
these
that we
hogs.
may serve in your name on the day of the feast of St. Michael. I ask, Lord, that your holy light shine on America.
Maybe
and across
pause it.
the
I'm
world
sorry.
for
I want to
you.
apologize. It was the 29th, the Feast of St. Michael?
I have to check my calendar.
Because I, A, will cop to not knowing that. B, cop to not knowing what that is, even if that was on that day.
Michaelmas is a Christian festival observed in many Western Christian liturgical calendars on September 29th.
End of the harvest, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there it was. And that explains also why there was so few people there. They must have all been at church.
That makes sense.
And they couldn't come on that day.
I ask, Lord, that your holy light shine on America and across the world for new voluntary unity, not imposed top-down unity, Lord. Lord, I ask...
Pause it for a second.
Together
I mean, am I the only person who finds the sort of irony of asking the Lord to create voluntary unity, not top-down unity, Lord, above me?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
is it?
Well,
You know
the
what?
whole
Listen,
thing's hierarchical.
I just want to say, I know there's a lot of people out there who are offended because I'm mocking a guy praying. But I'm only doing this because this is what the old Russell Brand would have wanted me to do. So
the Russell Brand that turned up to MTV after 9/11 dressed up as Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, right. That guy. But he's redeemed now, so don't even look into the past and do not Google his sexual assault allegations because he's redeemed.
Yeah, how he behaved on St. Trinian's, for instance.
you have been... It's St. Michael's Feast of the Arbor, and you, my friend, have been absolved.
Principles under your name. I pray for America,
Oh.
and if I have your...
That was a bit of a wider shot, wasn't it? Maybe there's like I don't know, who's good at counting crowd sizes? Maybe 1,000? Maybe?
Principles
less, maybe? I don't know.
Under your name. I pray for America, and if I have your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end with the Lord's Prayer. Just do the version that you know. Our Father,
200
who
to
art
300.
in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Encourage people
Thy
with
kingdom
those
come,
and try
thy will
to
be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us
help
this
them,
day our daily bread,
if I can.
and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not
And
into
accuse us of
temptation,
crimes
but
to the
deliver
press.
us from evil.
You've really learned your lines, Russell.
Power and the
Forgive
glory
everyone,
forever
especially
and
me.
ever. Amen. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Peterson. Thanks, Brett Weinstein. Thanks, everyone engaged in this event.
Okay, you people saying that there's a few hundred. There's clearly more than that.
This is not a big crowd of people.
No, but I've spotted like 6 MAGA hats.
Do you think that Russell Brand is going to like start his own church?
Yes, yes,
That'd be pretty
I
definitely.
think that's sort of what his YouTube channel is.
But a church would be tax exempt.
Yeah.
Do Scientology, Russell Brand, please.
He's gonna do his
something to that effect.
I hate when people trespass against me.
Brandology.
When they mention that I behave poorly on a film set.
Emma Majority Report. As a Palestinian American, I'm getting some tough questions. Why should the USA have the right to exist now? Just like Israel, we are enabling and supporting a genocide, and even the country was conceived after a genocide of natives here. Just like Israeli administration, we are imperial war hawks who keep plundering nations and destabilizing them all over. U.S. shouldn't exist the way it is. It needs to be obliterated. I'm not sure I understand what the question is. I mean, I think Ta-Nehisi Coates had a good way of phrasing it in terms of countries don't need rights to exist. It is really, it's a formulation of power. Do I think that America should not be imperialist? Yes, I agree with that. Is it unjust? Yes, I agree with that. I mean, I don't know beyond that what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, that's we support things like land back. The word obliterated, I think, is used because it's emotionally useful, but it's not specific. What does that mean? What needs to happen is a revolution that recognizes humanity and not imperial conquest and profit seeking.
I mean, yeah. It occurs to me that we're in a kind of era where we're speaking about our borders and the nation state in this really fascist way that talks about the nation as if it was basically religiously bestowed upon us. And I think it enables a lot of the border fascism we see as it relates to the South, or the southern border of the country, but even in Europe. These are the kinds of things where they have to be deconstructed.
There's a book I would read. It's Paul Grave Macmillan, so a sort of corporate publisher, but Critical Social Justice Education and the Assault on Truth in White Public Pedagogy, the U.S.-Dakota War Reexamined by Rick Liebeck, came out in 2020, goes into teaching the massacre of Dakota Indians during the Civil War, and discussion of that as genocide and ethnic cleansing, and gets into the fact that, regardless of what Ron DeSantis or people say, we do not actually have a enlightened view of what happened in the conquering of this nation. And I do think that what's going on with our support of Israel is taking a certain type of person backward, in that where they would have been able to admit a genocide. I think a lot of people still do, but I think a lot say, well, this is just how the world works.
People are saying that's just lazy graphic design. I wouldn't read too much into it. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even...
Okay, I really need to pee again. I really need to pee. So, no, I'm just peeing. I'm peeing so much. I know.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk.
He's just sat on my seat.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't I can't talk right now. I'm making pissed. I can't talk right now. I'm making pissed. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
What do you have to say for yourself? You want to sit in the streaming chair? Clearly you've got something to say. Oh, alright, let me put you on. There we go. Right. Right. What else have we got on the agenda? Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks leaves the left. Shall we read the centrist daddy manifesto? Right. Right here. I'm just checking he can get out of the room if he wants to. He can get out of the room if he wants to. So, I mean, if he's annoying me, then that's on him, because he can get out of the room if he wants. Independent and unaligned. You're right. I've changed. After Trump came on to the political scene. Should I do this? It's an American accent. After Trump is going to be really bad. After Trump came on to the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Anyone who refused to resist Trump was seen as a threat to the country. And I was fully on board with the mindset. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring, and ultimately fruitless. Polling shows that he has increased his support among Black and Latino voters despite wall-to-wall coverage on his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks. Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division among Americans. I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. In turn, I became less knowledgeable about the people and world around me. I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith that was a big mistake. My evolution started in 2022, and you're probably wondering, record scratch, how did I get here? My evolution started in 2022 when I was sexually assaulted by a homeless man in my neighborhood when I was walking my dog. That horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing the story did. I was told that by publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. Others accused me of feeding into racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black, but I had never even disclosed the man's race. He was white. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of some of the left, I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These terrible traits that I had associated solely with my political opponents were obviously not exclusive to their tribe. I was stupid for ever thinking that was the case. That doesn't mean everyone on the left thinks or behaves in the way this small group of lunatics do. Far from it. But it does mean that there are factions and flaws on both sides of the aisle, and no one has monopoly on the truth. I don't really see what her point is here. Like, obviously you do get those fucking crazies on the left as much as you do on the right. There's no denying of that, but like, I don't know, like her job constitutes her being terminally online, and it's like she should have realized that from the start of her doing this job. Like, I realized this a long time ago, that there are crazies on both sides, and what you should probably like try not to do is characterize the other side as those crazies. You should like you shouldn't sort of caricature the other side as it is just those crazy few that are saying those really fringe things. You fucking know that from the outset. If she didn't fucking realize that, I don't know what she was doing. Like, you know that there's gonna be crazies. Even if they're technically on your side, there's still gonna be crazies out there who are saying crazy things. And obviously, if you have a tweet that goes massively viral because it's controversial, you should know that. Like, why is that a big shock? I don't know why. I don't know why this is the tweet that she's like dying on a hill for. I don't know why it's this. I don't know where Brooklyn went. Then there was the insane reaction to one of my tweets in March 2023. I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus. Birthing person or a person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. All hell broke loose after I posted those words. You fucking think? Because it was dumb. It was dumb as shit. It was such a dumb tweet. Most friends in left-wing media didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from my conflict by publicly attacking me with monetized videos. A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done on behalf of the transgender community throughout my career. They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweet and trans suicides, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators quit over the tweet, and someone reported me to Human Resources. An on-air transgender contributor even resigned from the company after being urged by online mobs and leftist shows to do so. Curious that not one of those shows hired her after she took their advice. I never apologize for the tweet. And I never will. That whole experience forced me to come to terms with the intolerance on the left, and it allowed me to publicly reject the ideological shackles that kept my world small and less informed. Today, I'm less certain and more curious than I was 4 years ago. I've made humiliating mistakes while covering political news because I was previously unwilling to consider or understand the perspective of Americans who vote differently from me. What to expect from unaligned? I'm hungry for dialogue, a space for in-depth analysis, and a judgment-free zone. This is what I plan to do here. Every week I will provide subscribers with 2 to 3 written pieces that dig deeper into the big stories of the week with the intention of finding a truth rather than promoting a political side. Video posts sharing details on breaking news and political events. A weekly podcast beginning in November that will feature long-form discussions and debates with guests from all walks of life. Engagement with me in the comment section for paid subscribers. Join me and be part of the dialogue. The point, this is in bold, the point of this new project is the pursuit of intellectual freedom and open-mindedness. I want to nurture curiosity without the fear of offending the sensibilities of loyal partisans. I reject arguments about the evils of platforming people who are considered too naughty, to converse with. I want to facilitate dialogue. I don't know what my political identity label is, and I'm not even sure I want to be pigeonholed. This is my effort in pursuing extreme honesty and humility in the quest for common ground and truth without the constraints of a tribal identity. Okay, that's it for this stupid voice now. I mean, okay, well, the tweet, I don't know why she's dying on this hill. Like, she never expanded on this. Like, people, when she came out with this tweet originally, like a year ago or something, over a year ago, people were trying to say to her in the replies, like, people only ever say birthing people or person who menstruates when they're talking specifically about medical issues pertaining to wombs and periods and things. Like, they tried telling her that. Like, nobody is saying women don't exist. Like, nobody is saying, that's clearly not the point. And they tried telling her that in the replies to this tweet, and she just literally ignored them. She never clarified what she meant. Because, like, people were asking her for examples of, like, when people were, you know, attempting to refer to women, and had not used the word woman, and had instead used the words birthing person or menstruating person. People were asking her for, like, examples of when that had happened, when it wasn't pertaining to something medical specifically. And she never clarified that. And I still don't know what the fuck she means, what she was referencing here. Because people don't do that. No one's trying to end the word woman. No one's trying to do that. A woman is a thing. It's very much a thing. It's just like, why are you dying on this hill? This hill, of all hills. Why are you dying on this one? Like, I completely understand that you want to find the truth, which, you know, is going to be her truth. There never is the truth. It's always that person's truth. That's, you know, everyone has, like, a personal truth that they get to when it comes to, like, social issues. But, like, if you're working for a journalistic outlet like the Young Turks, like, it's, I don't know, I guess you could argue that it, like, working somewhere like that would force you into a sort of echo chamber, but if that, like, media outlet is, like, forcing you to say certain things and certain viewpoints, then that's wrong. But I don't know how much the Young Turks were making her do that. I don't know, because like, you know, I've seen other people at the Young Turks come out with other sort of, you know, I don't know what you'd say, like not generically left-wing viewpoints, and like it's not like they're restricted as journalists to only say certain viewpoints, or that's not how I previously seen it, but I guess she knows more than me about actually working there. But like as like a company, like a big journalism company like TYT, if you're like preventing your journalists from saying certain viewpoints because they don't think that it would fit in with a certain ideology, then that is wrong. But I don't know how much that was happening with her. But this tweet, like, it's not this was a dumb tweet. This was just a dumb tweet. On the face of it, it was dumb. I don't know how much TYT was actually restricting her, because I always sort of thought that it was, you know, it was quite a free place where you could say what you wanted, and obviously there was like a political leaning there. But like that should never mean that you have to say certain things, and I never got that vibe from TYT. But maybe there was that vibe, I don't know. But like in a way, I kind of get why she wants to be independent, because like it's probably the similar reasons as to why I don't want to be a part of like a, you know, a big media journalist outlet. I feel like it could be restricting in ways, and I kind of get it from that point of view. Like I always want to sort of say what I specifically believe without being restricted in any way. I get it from that point of view. But that tweet was dumb. Why are you dying on that hill? But anyway, yep, I wish her luck. We'll see what she does. Maybe she will expand on her point and actually explain what she means by that. Because she hasn't so far, as far as I know. You think she's gonna do a full swing? She's gonna join the Daily Wire or something. Yeah, I don't know. But it's like all of this is just so fucking stupid drama that like you can literally just brush off. Like, oh, my mods quit because of a tweet. Who the fuck cares? Who cares? It was a dumb tweet. It was. If you want to die on that hill, you fucking die on that hill. Why are you sort of using that instance to say that the entire left is stupid because of this? You said a dumb thing. People didn't want to work for you anymore. Get over it. Why is that so bad? Like, that would happen to anyone in your, like, not just people on the left. That would happen to anyone. So dumb. All right. Let's talk about some AI stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna do eye bleach. I forgot about my eye bleach options. Right, you know what? Maybe I'll do that at the end because this isn't too bad anyway. This isn't like too heavy anyway.
If I had to sum
We'll chat about some AI stuff because I'll probably crash after it anyway. So you know.
up today's entire video in a single word, it would be unreal. I would like to open today's video with a quiz. I want you to guess which of these headlines is AI generated to sound as dystopian as possible. 1. A man who won a legitimate art competition with an AI generated image is now complaining that people are ripping off his work. 2. An educator quits their teaching job because their students can't stop using ChatGPT and the students in question are literally PhD candidates. Or 3, and I'm sorry to even say this out loud, someone creates a chatbot based off of someone else's deceased daughter and then puts it online for anyone to interact with. Yeah, the answer is unfortunately that was a trick question and everything I just said actually happened.
Yeah,
so I have
and I knew all that.
decided to hold a specialty cram session where we look at multiple stories in the same video, but this time they all have a singular overarching theme. The rise of generative AI is just muddying the waters so much that now even our actual headlines of real things that are happening are starting to sound AI generated. And I feel like if I don't say something about it, I'm gonna lose my grip on reality. But first, welcome. My name is D'Angelo, and I am your professor of choreographical errors, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe this is just me broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's lecture, the timing is quite funny because I actually just did an episode of Cram Session. But the thing is, even though I make like 30 videos a month, I have had so many things I've wanted to talk about, I just can't fit them all in one video. But in today's case, the multiple things I'm talking about are really just the one thing I'm complaining about. What is it about artificial intelligence that causes people to act so abnormal? Besides the stories I've mentioned, we also have NaNoWriMo, the subject of a previous video, coming back with a half-hearted apology for their AI controversy. And then we'll also be taking a look at something that just happened. Mark Zuckerberg and Meta have unveiled their new AI video tools to the world, and really it just makes it seem like everything is going to get even worse even faster. But here's our first story from Gizmodo. Famous AI artist says he's losing millions of dollars from people stealing his work. The guy who used Midjourney to create an award-winning
I have seen this already.
piece of AI art demands copyright protections. I mean, this byline alone tells me we're going to be dealing with a level of cognitive dissonance here that cannot be measured. So I actually remember this guy. I wouldn't say he is famous by any means, but he did start a bit of an online controversy a couple years ago by winning a local art competition using AI. So he submitted his piece in the digital arts / digitally manipulated section of the art competition. And honestly, right off the bat, that's just incredibly annoying. Digital art and even digitally manipulated media does not equal AI generated. This is disrespectful to everybody who actually created their work. Why do you feel the need to enter this?
But he created it with prompts, D'Angelo. He is a prompt artist, okay?
Faced with something you didn't create, I wonder. Say what you will about generating AI art in the first place, but to enter an art competition with it is so ridiculous to me. I've set out to make a statement using Midjourney, the AI tool, in a competitive manner, and wow, I could not be more excited about having won with my favorite piece. So the image in question is just like, okay, I guess he actually has multiple images, question mark? I don't know. Either way, I don't care about this
It looks just so AI.
at all because he didn't make it. After many weeks of fine-tuning and curating my generated art, I chose my top 3 and had them printed on canvas. But yeah, he's now back 2 years later, complaining that he is getting disenfranchised by art theft. I can't wait to hear his argument or the basis on which he's drawing.
Who is trying to steal that? Why would you steal that
this conclusion? I mean, this is the same man who told the New York Times when he won his competition, this isn't going to stop. Art is dead, dude. It's over. AI won, humans lost. I'm sorry, but someone who genuinely believes art is over and computers have beaten us, you should have absolutely no right to call anything you're creating art, like you don't even believe in it. Now, in an ironic twist, Jason Allen is upset that his work, which was created via a platform that's been accused of ripping off countless copyrighted works, cannot itself be copyrighted and is thus getting ripped off. And so that's referring to the fact that last year, the United States Copyright Office decided that when material is generated by AI, it is not the product of human authorship, and as a result, that material is not protected by copyright. But surprise, surprise, the man who bent the rules of that art competition to their very breaking point now seems to think he should be above the US Copyright Office's ruling as well. Allen has been trying since late 2022 to register his painting as a copyrighted work. And last week, Allen filed an appeal in federal court arguing that the Copyright Office was wrong to deny copyright registration to his work. His primary concern is that he's not making enough money. Welcome to being an artist. I guess he does get it. I say that as somebody who at one point was considering going to art school, going all the way, becoming a concept artist. I do digital illustrations. I love artwork so much. But anytime I did a lick of research, everyone was like, no, please God, artists are treated so poorly in this profession. And if you had told like 18, 19-year-old me that things would somehow get worse, I would not have believed it because I wouldn't have even understood how. But the answer is here, and it's called artificial intelligence. I have experienced price erosion in the sense that there is a perceived lower value of my work, which has impacted my ability to charge industry standard licensing fees. This man is genuinely delusional. There's nothing wrong with creating art for the sole purpose of making money, but the fact that he didn't create this.
What's he doing in this picture? Is he measuring it with a tape measure? Why?
But he's trying to license it as if he did, kind of shows you it is quite literally only about making money. Again, the man thinks art is dead. Like, you're not an artist. This isn't art. Why are we having this conversation? Also, Gizmodo included a slightly higher resolution version of the art, and dear God, this is just meaningless. Like, this doesn't represent form, shape, anything. It's not consistent. What actually is this? You've generated blobs.
Like, I'd love him to like explain the artistic meaning behind every supposed brush stroke in this picture.
You know, that were arranged in a way that approximates art. People don't have bodies. There's absolutely no sense of scale whatsoever. And whereas I think a human being, a real mind, could take just blobs and scale and play with it and create something interesting.
Like, so there's like supposedly a sort of circle here that they're all looking through, but the circle isn't complete. What is all of this? Like, and you just like know that he wouldn't be able to explain what any of this is. I think that's like the issue. Like, he put a prompt in and that this came out and that's like somehow the art. But the fact that he can't like explain why a single thing is in this picture, I think is what makes the difference.
Interesting. This is nothing. This may as well be.
I mean, like it looks like a portal of some sort, but it's not like it. It looks weird. There are weird things going on in this painting, supposed painting, that you couldn't really explain as the painter.
A black image and it would still have the same artistic value as far as I'm concerned. I know I may sound a little harsh in this video, but as a creative, I genuinely could not care less. Allen also claims that people are stealing his work, which is funny since the people behind the AI tools he used to create it have been accused of the same thing. I've been put in a terrible position with no recourse against others who are blatantly and repeatedly stealing my work without... He has to be memeing. He genuinely has to be memeing right now. There have been instances where people outright have ripped off my work, incorporated the entire piece into a new piece. My brother in Christ, what do you think generative AI does? Oh my God. It's not nice. It's not nice to call people stupid. It's not. But you're dumb as a bag of rocks. Like, what? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just get through the article. So anyway, they talk about how Midjourney is currently being sued because their work was used to create the very algorithm that created his work. But Allen's lawyer recently claimed that Allen had worked hard on his digital illustration. In our case, Jason had an extensive dialogue with the AI tool Midjourney to create his work, and we listed him as the author. Allen claims that after producing an initial image from Midjourney, He also spent time editing it with Photoshop, whatever that means. That could literally be just changing the colors around, changing the saturation. It's very obvious that you did not actually paint
To like fix the stupid shit that the AI fucked up, probably.
or create any portion of this image, because again, it is quite literally just unreadable slop. The refusal of the US Copyright Office to recognize human authorship in AI assisted creations highlights a critical issue in modern IP law. It is imperative that our legal frameworks adapt to protect the rights of those who harness these technologies for creative expression. Great. No protections for the artist, though, right? Without whose work you would not exist or have any sort of career or relevance. Anyway, enough of that guy, please. On to our second story featuring NaNoWriMo. So if you want to know why NaNoWriMo is in hot water, fun fact, I actually have an entire video about it, but just in case you haven't seen it, I'll give you the briefest of recaps. The organizers behind the popular writing challenge partnered with an AI writing platform and then decided to allow AI generated work in their challenge while claiming that everybody who called them out was being classist and ableist. And that's just one of NaNoWriMo's problems. Seriously, I recommend the video. It's a mess. But needless to say, people were understandably livid, but NaNoWriMo was incredibly unapologetic, even as they were literally falling apart because writers were leaving their board of directors, people were stepping back from the challenge, deciding they wanted no part of it. It was just bad. But seeing as their challenge starts next month, they just sent out an email where they seem to be taking a more apologetic approach. To our NaNoWriMo community, there is no way to begin this letter other than to apologize for the harm and confusion we caused last month with our comments about artificial intelligence. We failed to contextualize our reasons for making this statement, we chose poor wording to explain some of our thinking, and we failed to acknowledge the harm done to some writers by bad actors in the generative AI space. So it's like, okay, this is all well and good, but what about your stance? Do you genuinely think AI tools should be allowed in this challenge because classism, ableism, etc.? We don't want to use this space to repeat the content of the full apology we posted in the wake of our original statements, but we do want to raise why this position is critical to the spirit and the future of NaNoWriMo. Okay, great. No, so they are literally still 100% on board with what they said. Yeah, that absurd thing we said that everyone hated. We should have worded it better, but we did basically mean it. So looking back at their full apology that they're referring to, it's honestly not a very good one. They didn't open by saying sorry. They instead gave a reason for why they made the statement. They also made excuses saying taking a position of neutrality was not an abandonment of writers' legitimate concerns about AI. And they were still referring to criticism of AI as selective intolerance. We absolutely believe that AI must be discussed and its ethical use must be advocated for. Bro, this is not an apology. So I feel like there's no point in going through it. Yeah, they say we apologize that our original message was unclear. But again, you can imagine why last month's statement didn't exactly get them back in anyone's good graces. So now it's time for take two, in which they do open with a sorry, but they still make it clear, now just in very pleasant babying words, that they don't regret anything they said, just the way it came across. They then launch into talking about all these good things they've supposedly done. But it's like all of this is very clearly skirting around the issue. You guys took money from an AI writing software company, and you were probably contractually prevented from admitting anything is wrong with AI writing. Even in this newer statement, nowhere does it actually explain what the problem is. The harm done to some writers by bad actors in the generative AI space doesn't mean anything. What exactly is the problem with your statement? You know what I mean? They're never going to admit it. That's my takeaway. They can't say sorry. They can use the word sorry and they can have the aesthetics of an apology, but that's as close as we're gonna get as long as they still have that sponsor. So that raises the question of how did the NaNoWriMo community take it? Their email was posted on the NaNoWriMo subreddit, and yeah, no. Fail. Is it just me or did this feel weirdly condescending / blaming the community? How dare you interpret our words in the way we wrote them? There's so many little digs at the community all through this email. Just another email to make it look like they're doing something. I'm sorry, but at this point, NaNoWriMo is literally cooked, and I can't believe that AI was the hill they chose to die on. Like, you don't even have to impress me or the viewers or anybody. You really should just be appealing to the members of your community, but those community members do not seem very enthused. They don't don't want to address the actual problem, so they're just being passive aggressive at everyone who's mad at them instead. Can't lose that AI sponsor, so we can't admit we said some dumb stuff about AI. Your standard, please stop being mad at us. No, we will not change non-apology. LOL, indeed. I don't know what it is with this correlation between AI and playing the victim, but here we are. But unfortunately, this next story involves someone who actually was a victim. This is just seriously messed up. Father horrified by an AI chatbot that mimicked his murdered daughter. And this is coming from Forbes, Australia. So the story centers on Drew Crescente, who lost his daughter 18 years ago. And as the byline says, someone made a chatbot on tech startup Character AI's platform using her name and yearbook photo. So Character AI is a website that allows users to create their own chatbots. You can make like your own personal version of ChatGPT that has a personality you give it. And that in and of itself is one thing, but as you can imagine, it gets very weird seeing as Character AI has absolutely no guardrails in place to stop users from creating chatbots of existing people. And when the existing person in question was a teenage victim of murder, like, what is going on? So as the article explains, Jennifer Crescente was murdered by her ex-boyfriend, who was later convicted and is serving time in prison. That year, her father started a nonprofit in her name to prevent teen dating violence and now routinely monitors any piece of media coverage related to her. I completely understand wanting to be in the know of how people use his daughter's story because as this story proves, people get so weird about this. He was appalled when he received a Google alert at 4:30 a.m. on Wednesday that somebody had created a chatbot using his daughter's yearbook photo and name. A grieving father should not have to find out that his dead daughter is being used to try and make money as a chatbot on some website. It shocks the conscience and it's unacceptable behavior. So at the very least, when he did
how are they making money out of it?
tell Character AI, hey, this is completely unacceptable, they removed it from their website for quote unquote violating its policies on impersonation. And as they tell Forbes, Character AI is examining whether further action is needed. Here, I can save you guys some time and money. Yes, further action is needed. I'm sorry, but if your tools are advanced enough to allow people to create chatbots out of nothing, you guys have the technology to prevent people from using it in this way. I don't want to hear it. So many proponents of this AI technology try to get us to simultaneously believe that we live in the wild, wild west and AI is just a free-for-all. No company is responsible for the horrible things that are happening with their platform, but simultaneously, this is like life-changing technology and it's the most advanced thing we're ever going to see, and it's the future and art is dead. I'm sorry, but I need you to pick one. Founded in 2022, Character AI hosts chatbots of different personalities like Taylor Swift, Nicki Minaj, and Elon Musk. It's 20 million or so monthly active users, largely younger people between 13 and 25, have created 100 million chatbots. So the kids are talking to computers now, and I genuinely do not know how to feel about this. What is it about these stories that really just kind of, I feel like they are legitimately under my skin. Anyway, the Forbes article goes on to talk about the money details of Character AI, as if I care. But it does end with some more words from Jennifer's father. Crescente believes that companies like Character AI should be legally responsible to monitor and prevent such instances. It should not be on me to try and police this company that has hundreds of millions of dollars. Could not agree more, could not say it better myself. It seems like many of these companies don't recognize the responsibility they have to not only deal with the negative effects of their use of technology, but to prevent this type of abuse from happening in the first place. What an insanely professional, level-headed response to what is probably one of the most triggering things I can think of. Also, seriously, what is up with this Forbes article of writing all of this and not even giving so much as a link to his nonprofit? I went and found the information myself. There's this Hollywood Reporter article, and so the charity Jennifer Ann's group, it currently runs an annual video game challenge where developers compete for prizes. And so basically, he is incentivizing people to create games about consent, abuse prevention, healthy relationships. It's interesting because this man, through his daughter's name, has probably generated more positivity on the internet than any sort of generative AI could hope to do. I very much understand his frustration seeing her name used for a chatbot when he has worked very hard to make it mean something positive. Besides the video game competition, Jennifer Ann's group has also worked with the National Dating Abuse Helpline, promoting educational materials like 10 warning signs of an abusive relationship, how to create a safety plan. We now give out bookmarks to youth with this information on one side, and we've distributed over 500,000 cards and bookmarks all over the world to young people. So I think we are going to donate despite the lack of a link. So there's 526,000 of us. I'm going to go ahead and round that out to $526. Then I'm going to match you guys as 526. So that's like 1052. Okay, and PayPal says it went through. As Jennifer Ann's group points out on their website, if you can't donate right now, you can also support the charity when you buy games or software from Humble. I love Humble bundles. It's a way to get like some super cool games while also donating to charity. But regardless, there's that. Hopefully our donation can go to inspiring people to create other things to balance out some of the AI generated absolute garbage that is flooding the internet nowadays. But anyway, I have to move on from that story. So now we've got this next one, which is sad in a completely different way. I quit teaching because of ChatGPT. I'm going with a much more lighthearted one to kind of reel things back in here. But despite this being almost somewhat funny, it's funny in an incredibly pathetic way. I got this article recommended and I didn't read it at first. I just opened it in a new tab because I assumed I already knew what it was going to say. But no, dear God, it's not teachers and kids so much as professor and PhD students. These are grad students that are using ChatGPT so much. This one professor
so
just simply had enough. So this is coming from
like if you're so passionate, well, you should be passionate about knowledge. If you're going for a PhD, you should be passionate about gaining knowledge, gaining new knowledge in whatever your field of research is. And like, I really admire that passion that a lot of PhD students have, but the fact that so many are like clearly in there, like just for like, I don't know, the doctor title, or like, I don't know, just to get into some sort of job, is so depressing to me, because I think knowledge is like wonderful in itself, and the fact that its prestigiousness is being used in such a shitty way just makes me very depressed.
Victoria Livingstone, who holds a doctorate in Hispanic literature and is currently the managing editor of MLN, a peer-reviewed journal of literary scholarship. So one could imagine that Dr. Livingstone has quite a bit to say about this. This fall is the first in nearly 20 years that I am not returning to the classroom. For most of my career, I taught writing, literature, and language primarily to university students. I quit in large part because of large language
Most grad students are there because they're too scared to leave school.
models like ChatGPT. So even as I'm reading this to you, I really want you to think, imagine the robot trying to generate anything that has this level of insight, because this article is actually very short, but the author has packed in so much information while still making it completely accessible. Writing, as historian Lynn Hunt has argued, is not the transcription of thoughts already consciously present in the writer's mind. Rather, writing is a process closely tied to thinking. And I think this is a good point. It's exactly like the illustration thing from the first story. Sure, someone who might not draw may not understand what the difference is, but the difference is there and it can be verbalized. Writers are not ChatGPT. It's not just off the dome. There is a lot of thought put into this. In graduate school,
Straight from the top of my dome. Freestyler.
I spent months trying to fit pieces of my dissertation
Can you tell I'm getting a little bit delirious?
together in my mind.
It's so 134.
And eventually found I could solve the puzzle only through writing. Writing is hard work, but most of my students were no longer willing to push through discomfort. So Dr. Livingstone explains that she was teaching academic writing to doctoral students at a technical college, and many of her grad students were computer scientists. As she says, they recognized LLMs as an unreliable research tool, they acknowledged the environmental impact and ethical problems of the technology, and they knew that the models are trained on existing data and therefore cannot produce novel research. However, that knowledge did not
This is something that I'm like really just sort of looking into a lot right now, though. It's kind of like obviously there's these massive problems, but also it just like there's just like it just brings up so many sort of like, I guess, philosophical questions, like the kind of bong grip shit that I love. like AI like hallucinates shit, right? But that is AI's way of like creating new ideas, is like making stuff up. And like I guess humans also do that, but it's not like just making shit up that doesn't make any sense. Like human cultural progress comes from us, like, I guess, hallucinating and making shit up. And that comes from us, like, combining different, like, concepts together and having, like, a need for social progress, because some of us, like, yeah, some of it's drugs. but a lot of our social progress comes from, like, humans having a need for social progress. And I'm putting a lot of thought right now into, like, could AI... Obviously, AI is shit right now. And I'm thinking, like, eventually, if it ever got to this place, could a computer ever, like, genuinely replicate a human brain in the way that, like, a real human has, like, thoughts, and those thoughts come from genuine needs. Those genuine needs being, like, social needs, like the love that you need from other people, the acceptance that you need from your social group. It's all of those needs that cause us to create things like art. And art comes from us sort of, like, creating new ideas in our heads. So I'm putting a lot of thought right now into, like, whether AI at any point, whether a computer or like whether a computer of any sort, even if it's a very, very, very advanced one in the future that's way better than anything that we have now, could it ever, like, think in any way like a human and create new, previously unthought of thoughts, like humans kind of and always have throughout history? And, like, we always have done that throughout history, because obviously we've had social progress throughout history, and that has come because we've thought of novel ideas, and through sharing those novel ideas with each other and creating cultures and new inventions, technology based on that. What I'm trying to get my head around is, like, could a computer ever do that? Like, it can hallucinate, but, like, you know, based on previous data that it's gathered, but could it ever really produce an entirely new concept? Like, would it ever really know what humans need to progress? Because in the past, like, you can see that humans have always progressed through, like, say if you look at the suffragettes, like, women, they had a need. Could you ever get that kind of social progress from a computer? Because a computer would never specifically have a need. Do you know what I mean? Like, a computer would not have a need to feel free, like the suffragettes had a need to feel free and, like, autonomous. Would a computer ever feel this need to be autonomous? Obviously not right now. But, like, all of this thinking makes me think of Detroit Become Human. You know that computer game? Where, like, they have the robots that are essentially slaves. And, like, they have to, like, ride buses, like, standing at the back of the buses. Like, it's not very subtle, but it's, like... And then eventually, at the end of the video game, like, they start a revolution and they get their own rights and everything. Like, I'm basically trying to sort of consider, could that actually really happen ever? But it very much comes down to like, could we ever properly recreate the human brain? But even if you managed to get to the point where you'd recreated the human brain, that wouldn't be enough on its own. What you'd actually have to do is recreate the entire human body, because the brain is just working in response to the body. If you think about it, all the brain is doing is reacting to all of the senses, all of the just all of the signals that it's getting from every nerve ending in your skin, and like everything from your eyes and your ears and your mouth and your nose. So you'd have to recreate an entire human to be able to recreate an entire human brain. So in order to have an AI that acts and thinks like a human, you'd essentially have to have a human brain and a human body that would also grow from a child in a womb all the way up to an adult. Essentially, at that point, it would be quicker just to fucking clone someone. You might as well just clone someone, and that's not ethical. So, will AGI ever happen? Jamie, pull that shit up. You'd need quantum computing. Well, quantum computing is developing pretty fast as well. Wait, I'm not that high yet. Yeah, I'm pushing for a clone army. I mean, from what I've read so far, I don't think you could ever have AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is essentially like intelligence which is like a human's intelligence, without recreating an entire brain, which in itself is a massive feat, which won't happen for a very long time. But also, even then, it's going to be nothing about like a real person unless you recreate their entire body. It seems completely impossible. So then I'm like, well, could you ever get AI to create art knowing that? I can't see it ever happening. Like, I can't see AI ever creating good art based on the fact that you're not ever going to have a recreation of a human brain in a human body that's had all of the experiences of growing up that every other human has had. Because that's what makes our brains, and that's what makes our art us. That's what makes us what we are. So yeah, I mean, lots of interesting thoughts in chat. Doesn't have to be good art, it just has to be good enough. I think AI could get good enough to like create, you know, like corporate slop art. You know what I mean? Like, you know, just like bullshit jingles. Yeah, just like bullshit that you just like you see on TV, like meh. But like nothing truly new, I don't think could come from AI. But I think maybe eventually it could get to the point where it could create like ads for corporations quite easily. But that's all the kind of shit that artists don't really want to be doing anyway. Like the artists that are getting paid to do that shit, they don't want to do that anyway. They want to be creating actual like good shit. Stuff from the heart, you know. So, like, yeah, give that to the robots. As long as we can actually pay real artists to make real art. Free them up from doing that shit. Fine. But yeah, Sam Altman, like, he even did, like, the CEO of OpenAI, he did a study on universal basic income, because basically Sam Altman's entire job right now is basically like scaring regulators into thinking that AI is about to take over the entire world and put everyone out of a job. So he did a study on universal basic income because basically his whole point is, my technology is going to put loads of people out of work, so we'd better start looking into this UBI thing right now. So he did a whole study about it. I've not really looked into the study though very deeply, but I will do.
Scientists. As she says, they recognized LLMs as an unreliable research tool, they acknowledged the environmental impact and ethical problems of the technology, and they knew that the models are trained on existing data and therefore cannot produce novel research. However, that knowledge did not stop my students from relying heavily on generative AI. Several students admitted to drafting their research in note form and asking ChatGPT to write their articles. Now, here's the part where I don't want to really get into a debate about the workload of grad school, because I have never gone to grad school. I know I joke about being a professor and all of that. I actually do have a degree, but it's just an undergraduate. Well, it's not just an undergrad degree. I worked real hard for that. But anyways, as a bachelor degree holder, I have no idea what's going on in grad school, and I can understand somebody wanting to speed up their process. But I do feel fairly confident in saying using ChatGPT to prompt your way through class is not really helping you learn. I don't think that should be a hot take. But Dr. Livingstone apparently tried really hard to be on board by researching ways to incorporate Gen AI in her lesson plans, designing activities to draw attention to its limitations, and constantly just reminding her students that when push comes to shove, ChatGPT does not result in A-level work. It did not matter. The students still used it. So she explains that the result of ChatGPT was very obvious because most of my students were not developed enough as writers to analyze the subtleties of meaning or evaluate style. And I'm sorry, but this next sentence is the one where I stopped reading and I was like, okay, no, I have to make this a video. It makes my writing look fancy. One PhD student protested when I pointed to weaknesses in AI revised text. How did you get to like the highest height of academia and then still somehow manage to make a statement this painfully dumb? ChatGPT in no way will make your writing look fancy. It might make your work look ostentatious, bombastic, things that are easily mistaken by laymen as good form. But make no mistake, if your goal is PhD level work, ChatGPT will never, ever cut it. She also explains that her students are upset.
How does this person even get on a PhD course in the first place if they think that their writing is improved by ChatGPT? How are they even there in the first place?
That's with AI-powered paraphrasing tools, but that also completely misses the point of paraphrasing, since paraphrasing well, like drafting original research, is a process of deepening understanding. And again, I find that really true. When I talk about stories, I try to make them very simple. There's no reason to make everything sound crazy and inaccessible, but in order to present something very plainly, I have to understand it really, really well. In my experience, the simpler you want to paraphrase something, the more you actually have to understand what it's saying. So this article isn't just like an old person yelling at a cloud. It's very clearly laying out how these AI tools are making people completely undermine the point of being in class in the first place. In a recent article on art and generative AI, author Ted Chiang put it this way: using ChatGPT to complete assignments is like bringing a forklift into the weight room. You will never improve your cognitive fitness that way. Now, Dr. Livingstone does provide another side to this, which I think is very good information. Many of her her students were non-native English speakers. And so while generative AI was effective at correcting their grammar, as she says, the technology often changes vocabulary and alters meaning even when the only prompt is fix the grammar. My students lack the skills to identify and correct subtle shifts in meaning. And so this isn't to say, like, if you have ever typed something and pasted it into ChatGPT, you are genuinely Satan and you could never have had a good reason for doing that. This just seems to be yet another case of AI enthusiasts completely ignoring the downsides for some reason. But the issue is only getting worse because, as she points out, AI-assisted writing is easy to identify but hard to prove. And as a result, I found myself spending many hours grading writing that I knew was generated by AI. Once again, the dystopian vibes are back. We've got educators sitting around grading computers now. And once again, I do not know how to feel about this. I found myself spending more time giving feedback to AI than my students. So I quit. You know what's really funny? For all of AI's hype, I don't think it could ever generate just like a 3-word sentence that is so powerful in the middle of an article. Anyway, she goes on to explain that there could be positives, but basically she's not going to stick around to find them out because with few exceptions, my students were not willing to enter those uncomfortable spaces or remain there long enough to discover the revelatory power of writing. So, yeah. Great article. Absolutely hated every single word of it. Thank you, Dr. Livingstone. I feel like I learned something today. And you know, it's funny because I do have story number 5 of 5. How Meta Movie Gen could usher in a new AI-enabled era for content creators. And as you can see, we've got this AI-generated video of a baby hippo. Just very shamelessly trying to cash in on Moodang's popularity. You will never be Moodang, you AI-generated freak. But as I sit here and I think about Mark Zuckerberg and just all of these AI people in the world that they're trying to get us to live in, which we are kind of already living in, as these stories prove, I almost realize there's just no point because these people don't care. They can say what they will about how these tools are being trained or whatever ethical steps they're taking. But the truth of the matter is, you cannot have a good reason for doing this. What possible benevolent reason could there be for allowing things like this to be more easily accessible? Yeah, I think art should be democratized, but this is not art, and this isn't helping anybody create anything. It's not helping them fulfill anything. This is going to confuse. This is going to mislead people. Disinformation is just going to get more and more advanced. We have to stop letting people get away with saying things like, this is for content creators. Meta, this is for deepfakers. You've created the deepfake machine and you are making it easy for people. Why? Why? You know? And we know why, because this is Silicon Valley's latest obsession, and thus that's where the billions are. But yeah, in some ways, I'm almost tempted to be pessimistic about it. Like, I don't have billions of dollars, so I have no way of stopping this. But in other ways, I'm like, no, you know what? Forget it. I am a real person. I feel like that's how I win the whole AI content war. I'm just going to keep being a real person, and I'm going to be very, very grateful for the real people watching. I've got bots in my comments. I've got bots in my views, I'm sure. I didn't put them there. You know, YouTube is overrun with bots. But at the very least, I would like to think I started YouTube because I was a real person and I just wanted other people to see my work. And so, you know, it's still working. I guess all is not completely lost. Plenty of real people to support in any way that you can, despite all of this AI generated nonsense. That's how I feel personally. But that being said, you better believe I'm gonna call it out when I see it. But that's my take on the situation. Dave's take on the situation is that AI tools are actually good and they're the future now. Dave is also sponsored by ChatGPT, but he insists that that has nothing to do with his message. And I am of course excited to hear your take. I mean, this is the part of the video where a layman would ask you to subscribe, like the video, leave a comment, but I will ask you to enroll, evaluate the video.
All right, I'm gonna have one more pash. Finish off the AI talk, and then we'll have some eye bleach. Okay? We'll have some eye bleach.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now.
Somebody stole my seat again.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
What do you have to say? Got the engine roaring. Oh. No. We're not wrapping up yet. Not yet. No. We're gonna see how Israel is using AI.
Software that would become,
and then we'll have some eye bleach.
They warned us that this was coming. Now it is here. Artificial intelligence has unleashed terror in the killing fields of Gaza. Germany stands accused of complicity in Israel's genocide. That has hit a nerve in Berlin. Plus, investigative journalists in Ukraine digging into state corruption, the dangers that come with that. For 6 months now, the world has watched as Israeli bombs have fallen on Gaza in a war that has killed more than 33,000 Palestinians. Another 10,000 remain unaccounted for, presumably dead beneath the rubble. The level of destruction is utterly inhumane, which, given the role that artificial intelligence has played in this war, is no accident. According to an investigation by 2 Israeli news outlets, the military there has been using an AI program called Lavender to identify its targets. The revelations about...
They always give them such like innocent-sounding names, don't they? Oh, it's called Lavender. It's okay. It smells like flowers.
How the AI system makes those calls, the loss of innocent lives baked into the decision-making process, and how the killing actually takes place are all terrifying. Scarier still is the fact that this is technology that can travel. So the implications of this story extend well beyond the Gaza Strip. This is a war that 6 months in still manages, through our phones and our feeds, to horrify us daily.
This video is 5 months old, by the way, so it's not completely up to date.
In the number of innocents killed, in the way they are killed. Palestinians urged by the Israelis to go to safe spaces that are then bombed. Civilians shot to death in hospitals or when lining up for food. Starved to death while the world watches. And when the Israeli military uses artificial intelligence, an AI-based targeting system codenamed Lavender, as a weapon of war, among the casualties, the collateral damage, is our collective humanity.
Lavender appears to be a glorified AI-washed kill list. Effectively, it's a system that throws up names, and we see through the reporting on the Lavender.
Honestly, like, I do wonder if Peter Thiel's involved in some way. Because this is basically just Palantir. This is basically what Palantir does.
System that soldiers, again, are being compelled to treat Palestinians as numbers. What that does is it removes the friction that exists normally between humans and the decision to kill.
These systems lend a kind of veneer of technical rationality to what essentially seems to be a mass killing campaign. It shows how the military strategy after October 7th was dictated largely by vengeance. And it just goes to show that the use of this technology was really just kind of a crutch to allow this killing campaign to go on.
The Israeli military first deployed AI to select targets in 2021 in a war on Gaza that lasted 11 days. 2 months after Hamas's attacks on October 7th, 2 Israeli news outlets, Plus 972 and Local Call.
Yeah, I feel like that's the point of a lot of just AI in anything right now is the point is to remove human accountability, because you have this like black box AI where like nobody knows why it's doing the thing it's doing and why it's taken a certain decision. So like there's no human you can point to, and there's no human you can point to that even wrote the code that's making these decisions. There's literally no one. You can just say, oh, well, the AI taught itself to do that based on training data. And then, like, can they blame the training data? Because the training data is, like, you know, all of humanity, everything humanity has done in the past. You can't, like, it's all of humanity's bias in the past recreated in an algorithm. And then it's like going, well, you can't blame me. This is just what my model learnt. I mean, the whole point of human progress is to, like, learn from those mistakes of humanity's past and progress past them. And that's what you need human brains for. That's what you need human progress for. Which is why I think there's such an ideological and like philosophical split with AI between the left and the right, because it's like the left kind of realizes that the past has so many issues that we're constantly trying to push past, whereas the right is more like, oh, well, you know, that's just how humans are. That's just how we naturally are. They can't do anything about it. And there's this kind of like philosophical split there. Anyway.
Reported that the army had rolled out a more advanced, more destructive AI tool called the Gospel, able to increase the number of targets, buildings and structures from dozens a day to thousands. Then, just last week, those same 2 outlets combined to lift the lid on Lavender, revealing that it takes that AI technology and uses it to target humans based on things like their social media, their contacts, movements, and how many times they change their SIM cards. Plus 972 and Local Call say that they base their reporting on 6 sources, all from the Israeli military. What their story makes clear is that the taking of innocent Palestinian lives is not a flaw in the technology, it is a feature built in.
This is a good example where AI has been misused
to worsening the situation for people on the ground, how it was used for mass killing Palestinians, how they accepted 90% of accuracy and the 10% were accepted as a margin error for targeting people, to end up with over 33,000 people have been killed in Gaza. And the only human review for the Lavender system was just to check within seconds if the target is a male or not, which basically dehumanizes Palestinian men, as they are all allowed to be targeted. And this is exactly why we should be questioning such technologies and how they are used and weaponized against oppressed people.
Lavender basically creates a bank of targets, people to be eliminated, and the system found 37,000 such targets. This resulted in Israel bombarding Gaza with a quantity of weapons that is almost unheard of in terms of the amount of TNT that was dropped there. Why? Because we have enough targets to drop a very large amount of explosives, because the system had decided that these people need to be killed. The algorithms actually make these kill decisions, and they are loaded with probability and bias errors, different from the errors in human decision making, but errors all the same.
The most concerning part of these revelations was the over-reliance on AI systems. There was essentially a complete trust in who the system determined was a target. So instead of usually culling through surveillance data, deciding if somebody was actually Hamas operative, the army just signed off on thousands and thousands of targets to strike. It essentially confirms that almost everybody in Gaza seems to be considered a legitimate target by the Israeli military.
There's also the way they target them and when. Plus 972 and Local Call also revealed, reportedly based on those same 6 sources in the Israeli army, the existence of another automated system called Where's Daddy? It is used to track targeted individuals to their homes. Then comes the
Why the fuck was it called Where's Daddy?
inhuman element. Israeli military personnel delay their bombing until after dark, when there's a greater probability of the target being there along with their family, thereby driving up the civilian death toll.
Suddenly, airstrikes started targeting their houses.
While Israel is backed politically in this war by Washington, its army needs Silicon Valley technologically. The military's mass surveillance systems are reliant on Google images to work. Google has a policy that dictates its products cannot be used to cause what the company calls immediate harm. Not only is the tech giant breaking its own rules by letting the Israeli military attack Palestinians with Google's help, when journalists at the New York Times, The Intercept, or The Listening Post ask the company to justify its inaction or even comment on it, it fails to respond.
What Google ought to do and what other companies ought to do is to ensure that there are safeguards against their usage, that they aren't giving access to use their systems in ways that could help scale up the kinds of unlawful acts that we're witnessing in Gaza. Simply saying that one is pro-human rights as a tech company is not really enough anymore, and really big tech companies have to do
Don't be evil, guys.
a lot more to ensure that they aren't knowingly or unknowingly contributing to the situation in Gaza.
The people at Google didn't necessarily realize they were creating software that would become the basis for one of the biggest surveillance systems humanity has ever seen. Some people in the army who saw these systems in action did something quite unusual and spoke about why it was so wrong. I've heard there are many people in the Israeli army who do not agree with how the war is being fought. Those who spoke up are perhaps the bravest Israelis in the war. Something broke within them and they decided that they would not cooperate any longer.
Israel has been honing its surveillance of Palestinians for years. The West Bank city of Hebron has been the primary laboratory, the testing ground for new surveillance tools. Palestinians in Gaza now find themselves in a dystopian nightmare, at the mercy of a military that can see their every move and can kill with apparent impunity. As damaging as the investigation by Plus 972 and Local Call may prove to be for Israeli leaders, the reality is this AI technology is being showcased. Lavender, the gospel, underpinned by Google Images, are all being marketed to potentially bad actors around the world. They could be coming soon to a war zone near you.
An important aspect to keep in mind, because oftentimes tech companies that are particularly involved in supplying the kinds of systems that Israeli security forces and the Ministry of Defense use actually gain a net benefit out of being associated with the kinds of scalable warfare that we see happening in Gaza, because it drives their value up from a point of view of military effectiveness. So now the next government that is seeking to exact the same kinds of warfare will look to these companies as well, right?
The misuse of technology, the AI system, and everything that has been weaponized in this ongoing genocide bring us to a big question about how we should today join forces with other countries and with other progressive people to ask for global regulation for the use of technologies and AI. This should bring us to the question of the decolonization of technology, because regulations are lagging behind that led to this technology to be misused in war times. And as those AI systems are evolving, they are just used to increase the oppression of the already oppressed people in global majority countries.
This is all the kind of stuff that I want to talk about as well. And I'm working on a few different things right now, but when I do finally get a main channel video out, I do want to talk about all of this stuff as well, because it's really important.
This past week at the International Court of Justice, Nicaragua...
I think among all of the AI talk, I think people are sort of forgetting about all of the stuff that it's already being used for. All of the exceptionally evil stuff that it's already being used for.
Accused Germany of facilitating genocide in Gaza, and that has not gone down well with either the German government or the news media there. Meenakshi Ravi is here with the details.
The ICJ is already adjudicating 2 lawsuits against Israel over its assault on Gaza, but the case brought by Nicaragua is the first to put one of Israel's allies in the dock. It centers on Germany's role as a primary supplier of weaponry to Israel.
Germany is failing to honor its own obligation to prevent genocide or to ensure respect of international humanitarian law.
Only the United States sends more military equipment to Israel than Germany. But as Washington does not recognize the ICJ's jurisdiction, a case against the US is considered unviable. Nicaragua has argued that Germany's decision to keep its weapons supplies flowing after an earlier ICJ ruling that Israel is plausibly committing genocide makes it complicit. That would be a grave accusation for any state, but nowhere does it cut quite as deep as in Germany, given its responsibility for the deadliest genocide of all, the World War II Holocaust, but also the genocides early in the 20th century of the Herero and Nama peoples in what is now Namibia. German sensitivity was on display in how many in the media there decided to respond to the ICJ case.
Ich finde es seltsam, ehrlicherweise, dass das Gericht diesen Fall überhaupt annimmt, die Anklage Deutschlands. Denn im Grunde ist ja dann der Vorwurf, dass Deutschland Beihilfe zum Völkermord leistet. Und das ist unglaublich.
Other media outlets dismissed the allegations on account of Nicaragua's own poor human rights record.
Ich glaube, wenn es eine Showveranstaltung ist, so wie Nicaragua offenkundig eine abziehen möchte, muss man das nicht ernst nehmen.
The timing of the ICJ case was interesting. The day before the hearings began was the 30th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, in which more than 800,000 people from the Tutsi ethnic group were killed. In a tweet, the German Foreign Ministry said the fate of the Tutsis is a constant reminder for us to never again look away. One day later, Germany was being accused at the world's highest court of doing far worse than that.
Thanks, Mina. Ukraine is now into the 3rd year of its war with Russia, and Ukrainian journalists are feeling the pressure. Investigative reporters whose work is critical of either the authorities or military...
All right, is this not AI anymore? Do they... I don't think it is anymore. I think that's a different story. All right, let's have some eye bleach. I have a few options, but what is this?
Greetings, my good bitches.
Mudang. You want to see Mudang? I've actually like not watched a full video of Mudang. I've seen the tiniest little clips. The best Mudang moments. Alright, okay. So Mudang is what? A pygmy hippo? Pygmy hippopotamus. Living in Thailand. She gained notability at 2 months of age. Oh my god, Mudang's getting a bath. Mudang does not want a bath. How big is Mudang gonna get? How did like Mudang come to be? What are Mudang's parents? Is this genetic? What's going on? As big as the mum, so the other one that was there. Okay. I didn't even know pygmy hippos were a thing in general. So that's as big as Mudang is gonna get. This size. What are Mudang's motives? All right, shall we end this with some British cars going through floods? Best unbelievable moments and fails of 2023. Yeah, we have not done this on stream for a while, but it's back, baby. Oh yeah! Failed! He did slow down, he did slow down. He slowed down to a full stop, Mr. Bimmerman. How are you gonna get out of there now, mate? What's he doing? What's the plan here? What was he even trying to do? That's a write-off, mate. That has to be a write-off. I want to see how much water's in the footwell, please. These videos are the only good thing that are coming out of climate change, okay? So let's enjoy climate change for what it's given us, and it's these videos.
Oh, that's grim.
Oh no, not your engine, sponge. Did you guys know that I'm a mechanic? And that's the engine sponge. How did you even think that you were getting through that? How? Stop to ask or look at the sign, she just carried on. That was never going to happen. Never. Oh, look at it, ruined. It's another bit. It's always the fucking Bemmers. Mate, look, when it gets in the headlights and it looks like it's crying. Why did you do this to me? Oh yeah, that's the best shot. When it comes out the footwell. No, what are you doing? Full on, like fully brown water as well. Like you can't even see through that. That's like, it's probably that probably has human excrement in it.
Where's all yelling? Everyone was yelling then. Stop.
Oh, blame it on the woman. Blame it on the fucking female driver. Bloody female driver. Such a twat. She's such a twat.
He made a horrible noise. Yeah, he's dead. Oh yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that's really going to help. If you just kick the water out, that's really going to help. If you just kick it out with your welly. I love how they just sometimes they just drive in with such confidence. And then the car just completely stops, just right in the middle. And they're like, oh. This one even has a fucking ruler. They had a ruler there that told them how exactly a numerical value of how fucked they were going to be. And they still went for it. Oh dear, look at that traction. It's fucked. It's fucked. We had to jump start. We got to do a jump start. Oh no.
Hey, listen. If I see my face.
Oh no. It's pissing. It's having a piss.
You check that up anymore? It's doing wonders for the exhaust. What's that? You check that up anymore? It's doing wonders for the exhaust.
Yeah, loss of water and the sound of water in there.
Oh dear.
Are they yanking it to get water out of the exhaust? Oh my god. Just stick a fucking vacuum cleaner up there or something, I don't know. Oh, I love it when the number plates come off. He's crying. He's crying. The baby's crying. Why did you do this to me? Why did you do this to me?
Well, there goes the splitter.
They're all BMWs. I mean, yeah. That is rather intriguing. Ah. What a faff, eh? It's a trotter! It's a trotter! They're fucking going for it, mate. They don't care. It's a fucking trotter. It's a John Deere and all. It's a fucking John Deere trotter. If they sent an ad for John Deere, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not. Is it going to make it? Is it going to be an ad for John Deere or not? Maybe not. Oh! He's going for it. He's going for it. Oh. He's reversing, he's reversing. Oh, does he? Oh, he's going a different way. He's going a different... Oh! Oh! He's gone... He drove over something. I don't know what. He went over something. Trying... You should always try. Because maybe it'll get you there in the end. Okay? Although now he's stuck on these random concrete bollards, whatever they are. He's realised his trailer's not getting over these. I don't know what they're there for. What? How are they helping? Hey! You're all getting your pallets after all, guys. You're all getting your pallets after all. What's this, a Ford Focus? It's already got the emergency lights on. I don't know what for. This is like this is like the water in the original Willy Wonka film. The chocolate water.
Yeah. Hi. Hello.
Hello. All right, mate. All right. Woo! He's just showing off. He's just showing off in his fucking pickup truck. Hey! Oh dear. The Focus is vaping.
No, you fucking can't.
Come on, roofing guys! Someone's roof needs doing, come on! Okay, now that person's roof is never going to be repaired. Ever. Edward! Come on, Edward! What did you think you were doing? You could have gone another way.
If it was in there. And that will be soaking.
You got a spanner?
I'll see if
You're a spanner, mate.
Now, I need to drain all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just scoop it out.
Where that's saturated, that would have been stopping that getting through.
Someone's roof is never getting repaired now. Oh, here we go. A Jeep? Is this a Jeep? Woo! Oh no, it's a Land Rover, isn't it? No problem. No fucking problem. Showing off. It's a BMW again. Why is it always a BMW? See, they go in with such confidence, and then their car just stops. It just stops. Oh no, not the builder's bum. Bit of TOS there. That poor wheel. Oh no. What's this, a Golf? Is he gonna let us down or is he gonna make it? Yeah, baby! No problem! Oh dear. Oh dear. This is a boat. Oh dear. This is actually floating. Sponsored by MeUndies. He literally has nothing on apart from that life jacket. his tie to not whiteies. Oh, I would love to see a baptism happen here. Lots of cars have been baptized here. Oh dear, an abandoned car. A sad sight to behold. Three abandoned cars, 2 abandoned cars. That one's not been abandoned yet. There's still hope for that one.
Down at Slash Lane, and we have the BMW stuff.
A fucking bimmer. It's always a bimmer.
Is this my rescue?
Yep.
This is your rescue.
Is this my rescue?
And let him rescue. Live stream for us, I'll just drop
Oh dear. Time to go car fishing. Do I have a towing hoop thing? Oh, thank you for the cheer. He's still got a smile on his face. Is anybody going to get this car out?
We've got 2 of them in there.
No.
It's dead.
They're so excited. It's dead! The van's dead! It's just waiting for this to happen. Flannel Man's still here. Oh. I mean, it takes an extra level of confidence to attempt this at night when you can like barely even see what's in front of you. Oopsie! Time to put the hazards on. This is a national sport, yes. Oh no, oh no. No problem, no problem. Tried the brakes as well, responsible.
Oh yeah. They've gone and done it.
They've only gone and done it. They've only gone and done it.
That's not getting very far.
So close. Just passed. Just passed. But they failed. They failed this test. And that's the same car pulling them out as before. They just live to pull cars out of this flood. They're using the verge method. They're verging it. Oh! Kicking up some dirt. Oh no, oh no. No fucks given. No fucks given. Oh, it's that bridge again. Will the Vauxhall make it? No, is the answer. The learner driver on their test. Ah, failed. Failed your test, mate. You stalled it. Oh dear. Oh, it's an Uber. They're verging it, they're verging it, they're doing the verge. Come on, come on, come on, come on. That's a solid tactic. It's a solid tactic. The number plate immediately gone. It was like, I'm out of here. I mean, who needs horizontal number plates anyway? It's all about the vertical number plate now. That's what's in fashion. just passed. No fucks given. Oh yeah, I know that YouTube channel. I've seen that 11'8". I'm very familiar with that. 11'8" is actually fascinating because isn't that like didn't they make that bridge higher by like 8 inches and people still crash into it? No problem.
Oh, he's ripped the undertrail.
Oh, he was all the way out. Sometimes they just get all the way through and then they're on dry land and the car is just like, fuck you.
There you have your life fun.
Oh dear.
Oh, maybe now. Yep, that was the hydraulic. You know, you're literally.
Oh no. The poor Alfa Romeo JTD 1.8V engine. Oh. Alfa no Moreo! Woo! No thanks.
So the AMG Mercedes failed there. We've got the van failed down the far end.
That's worryingly close to the edge, that. Fucking hell. Oh. Have we died? I mean, you could see on the fuck around and find out ruler just there that it actually wasn't that deep. But it's still struggling. Hey, freebie! Freebie! No fucks. bap, bap, bap. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. That one had a snorkel or something on the front. No fucks. Oh no, not a bike. Oh no. Oh, you idiots. Not a dirt bike. Fucking hell. No. It's done. It's done for. Fuck me, mate. Fuck me. Oh, we're verging again. We're on. It's the same car as last time. It's the Golf. It's got the same number plate. It's the same fucking one. They know what they're doing. Oh dear.
We have a live fail. Yep, I failed.
Let's just sit here for a second. Oh no, what? No, 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 whoa. Oh, it's not very deep. It's not very deep. Easy. Easy. Not very deep. Not very deep. It's all good. Easy. That's probably only a few inches. Oh dear. Oh dear. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Are we gonna make it? Ooh! Oh. Yes? Yeah! They made it. Oh! With a splash. Yeah, no problem. There's barely anything there. It's a fucking puddle, that was. A fucking puddle. Oh! What's that?
That's so heavy.
Oh god, a lorry. The lorries are always fine. They're fine. Yeah, babe, 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 babe. A fucking train of lorries. No problem, they'll be fine. No fucking problem. Focus gave 0 fucks. Oh, they lost a bit of their bumper, and they're not gonna return. They're not gonna return to get it. They lost a bit of the grill.
Are you coming back for?
Sell that on eBay, mate. Sell it on eBay.
The pile's for me.
Somebody will be looking for one of them.
Yeah, if you can.
I've got a question. Is he in the doghouse?
Not really. It's an adventure, isn't it?
Oh, did he come back for it?
It was alright.
Are you going to do it again?
Probably not. Definitely not, guys. Just about fixable, I reckon.
Yeah.
Chatter! It's a chatter time! It's chatter time! Yeah, it's shallow as fuck. Dirt bikes are out. They're fucking loving it. Beautiful British weather for you right there. Beautiful. This is Rutherford Ford, isn't it? This is the original Rutherford Ford, this. But like extra flooded, extra flooded. Beautiful. Yeah, this is the bridge. The bridge I was talking about. This is in America. So this bridge, they actually, I think this is before they raised it 8 inches. There's a whole video about how they raised this bridge 8 inches, which is actually kind of fascinating if you're into that kind of thing, because trains go over this bridge. So there was a whole train track. There's a whole train track going over this bridge. So they had to raise it, like, train tracks 8 inches. People still crash into it. And it actually has, like, it has sensors. So, like, when lorries drive up to this bridge, there's actual sensors. Like, there's this sign here knows when you're too high to get under the bridge, and it says, it flashes up, turn, do not go under this bridge, please turn, and people just ignore it. Oh yes. Oh, the motorhome. The motorhome has been shaven. Yeah. Oopsie. Look at all of the effort that they went to raise this bridge. 8 inches. Or
level of the press-on.
it's an engineering marvel. I love this machine that does the ballast. How cool is that? What more do you need than trains and dubstep? Oh yeah, I saw the Jack Doherty thing, yeah. Fucking stupid, honestly. I love these machines. This is top tier content, this.
On that bridge. 8 inches taller, motherfucker. 8 inches taller. Build that bridge. 8 inches taller. Raise the roof. Raise the train tracks. Motherfucker, lay the ballast. Raise it. Raise that bridge.
So yeah, woo! They did all of that and people still crash into it. They still crash into it. They do. All the time. Like this man wasn't out of a job with his YouTube channel when they raised it by 8 inches. He still regularly uploads crashes to his channel. He's not out of a job. He's not out of a job. I mean, this was only 3 weeks ago. It's always the hire trucks though. It's like clearly people who don't know how to drive these hire trucks. Moving truck obliterated. You see how it's like a huge sign, huge red lights, overhyped, must turn. No, fuck you. Oh man. Also, like, just, you know, another thing that's just fun to watch is just like dash cam videos of like really menial, stupid things people do on the road. like the most boring like this shit. Right. Van driver couldn't see because of the rain. Submitted by Jane from Glasgow. Jane from Glasgow. Like, this is really safe to watch on stream because, like, nobody dies in these videos. It's literally just the most boring little crashes on the roads. Oh no. Oh, look at that. Awful, awful. Red light runner hits moped rider. My right of way. Now move. You see the sign here, it says priority over oncoming vehicles. So you're getting a little lesson in driving in the UK right now. If you come up to one of these signs, it means you get priority over people who are coming your way. So this person should have waited all the way back there. So now they're having a little bit of a standoff, you see, because he should have waited back there for this car to be able to come through. And he eventually backed down. Legend says they're there till this day. Just pull out, why don't you? Just pull out. Just pull out, why don't you? No intention of stopping. Absolutely no intention of stopping. Well, that was rude.
I'll cave your fucking head in. Go on, it's fine. All right.
Now what? I'll cave your fucking head in. Oh yeah. Oh, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just coming through the junction. You're doing your UK driving test soon. Yeah, be careful out there. Who are you, mate? I'm Ronnie Pickering! All right, it's probably about time I should be going to Betty Buys. It's probably about time I should be going to beddy boys, but it's been fun. Who else is streaming right now? Who should I raid?
Good bit, chat. I was in the middle of doing missions and stuff, and then
Get
I was
some
like,
raid!
90 minutes later, I'm like, fucking hell, I better get on with this, man. I've got these fucking passenger missions to do.
Alright.
Right, where am I going?
Let's raid the 27 Club. I don't know what he's doing right now. Is he playing a game? What's he doing? Or is he finishing?
Mustang. Let's go see Amy.
God damn it, he's ending. Shall I also raid the same person that he's raiding?
The efforts to undermine the election at a local level.
Alright, I'll raid her.
Successfully executing.
Alright, it's been fun, guys. Thanks for joining me. I will see you next time. /raid. /raid. Yeah. It's been fun. Love y'all. Love y'all. I'll see you next time, whenever that is. I need to finish that game as well. I will finish that game at some point, and then I will, yeah, I will. But yeah, love you. Bye.